Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today and those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open and I remind all councillors of your obligations to declare prescribed and or declarable conflicts of interest where relevant and the requirement of such to remove yourself from the council chamber for debate and voting where applicable. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to advise that Councillor Huang will be absent today and I move that he be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that Councillor Huang be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Any further apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,796 ordinary, 4,797th budget and 4,798th special meeting held on Tuesday the 16th of June 2026, Wednesday the 17th of June 2026 and Thursday the 25th of June 2026 respectively be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the minutes of the 4,796th ordinary, 4,797th budget and 4,798th special meetings of Council held on Tuesday the 16th of June 2026, Wednesday the 17th of June 2026 and Thursday the 25th of June 2026 respectively be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I would like to call now on Ms Caroline Nelson, who will address the Chamber on Probus Club's 50th anniversary. Welcome, Ms Nelson. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, the Lord Mayor and City Councillors. Today we celebrate 50 remarkable years of Probus in Australia. 50 years of friendship, fellowship and lives well lived. Thank you, Lord Mayor, for allowing Probus the privilege of celebrating that milestone here in the City Council building. Your invitation is, I think, a reflection on how much value local government places on what Probus does in supporting older Australians in our communities. Local government provides services which directly impact on the lives of people. You have responsibility for building age-friendly communities. Much of the emphasis is on structural things. Probus focuses on emotional needs for connection and friendship, which many retired and semi-retired people have. Today, families are much more likely to be splintered with offspring spread around Australia and the world. Our clubs provide a warm and welcoming space for people who are losing friends and family and who no longer have the social engagement which comes with work. They also provide an opportunity to obtain age-appropriate intellectual, physical and mental challenges. I commend the Council in their use of community facilities to provide such things as a 50-plus club, gold programs and their use of community facilities to provide such things. as the 50 Plus Club gold programs and support for volunteer organisations like printing newsletters and providing small gifts for special occasions. Many of the local councillors here have responded generously when approached by our club members for assistance. Indeed, Brisbane City Council has been exceptionally supportive of non-profit organisations, particularly those who are providing services for older members of the community. For example, the Seniors Workshops, providing so much joy to its participants, and the Seniors Concerts, etc. I'd like to tell you something about the origin of Probus in Australia. Under the sponsorship of Rotary International, in 1976 at Hunters Hill in Sydney, the first Probus Club was formed. What began as a modest gathering of people in suburban Sydney has grown into a nationwide community that has enriched over 500,000 lives. The oldest Probus Club in Queensland was formed 2 years later in 1978, and it is still thriving in Toowoomba. The reason for Probus' success is simple. It meets a universal human need, the need for connection, purpose and companionship in every stage of life. Retirement does not diminish our capacity to contribute, to learn or to grow. If anything, it expands it. Probus recognises the wisdom, experience and enthusiasm do not fade with age. They flourish when shared. Over 5 decades, our Probus clubs have advanced, adapted, evolved. Currently, there are 1,330 clubs with 84,000 members in Australia. We have embraced new technologies, broadened membership, and reflected the changing face of Australia itself. But the core values remain unchanged. There's friendship, respect, inclusivity, community, and community connection. I also want to acknowledge the countless volunteers who have given their time and energy to sustain progress across the years. Probus would not exist without the thousands of dedicated volunteers who lead communities, welcome new members, organise outings and interest groups, and keep clubs vibrantly alive through every challenge. Our PAQ, Probus Association of Queensland, did amazing work during COVID, maintaining connection under significant restrictions. On our 50th anniversary, we celebrate those people as much as the organisation. Without their commitment to the various leadership roles, Probus does not exist. It's also a place for people who are younger people retiring to actually still maintain an interesting career in their afterlife. The 50th anniversary is not only a celebration of the past, but it's a promise for the future. As Australia continues to evolve, the role of organisations like Probus becomes even more vital. Social connection is recognised as essential to well-being. Probus has been nurturing that well-being for 50 years, long before it became a priority national conversation, by bringing people together. Probus strengthens individuals, families and communities. To every member, past and present, thank you. Thank you for showing that life after full-time work can be one of the richest, most rewarding times of our lives. So today, let's celebrate 50 years of progress in Australia, 50 years of shared stories, shared journeys and shared joy. Let us look forward with confidence and optimism to the next 50. Thank you to the councillors who have helped us in the past, and may we continue to serve our communities together in the future.
Thank you, Ms Nelson.
Thank you. Okay.
I would now like to call upon Councillor Howard to respond, please.
Well, Caroline, I think that we've been partying for quite a while to celebrate the 50 years of Probus, and why not? Because it's I can recall that we had many of the councillors attended the civic reception. And I do think that we probably had to turf everybody out because they were having such a good time. But it was a wonderful event, and the Lord Mayor was there and was able to share some of his stories. And the stories that were shared that night, I think, are just amazing. And I know that I speak for everybody in this chamber when we say to you how much we appreciate what Probus does for our communities. We know the importance of all of the things that you've just talked about, the connectivity, the friendship, the fun, and the ability for people just to come together and have a cup of tea and a chat is just so important. And we can have lots and lots of organisations right across Brisbane, but if we don't have people like you and Probus out there connecting people and bringing them all together, it really doesn't mean a lot. So to know that you're there, that you, and I understand that you were so popular that there are waiting lists to get into the Probus. And I can speak on behalf of New Farm and Tenerife. We had to form a Tenerife one because the New Farm one was oversubscribed. And so now we have a New Farm and a Tenerife Probus. But everybody just so values what happens at those clubs. And for you to talk about the 50 Plus Club too, we are so proud of the work that they do. And I would encourage everyone, I know that members of my committee have attended the 50 Plus Club. I think we've done a bit of square dancing and a bit of line dancing, which was, I think, was videoed. So through you, Madam Chair, I think Councillor Strunk and I were not very good at it, were we, Councillor Strunk? No. But I know that the work that the 50 Plus Club, and therefore the opportunity for Probus members to know some of the amazing things that happen within Brisbane City Council, and to know that all of our councillors support our Probus clubs, our Rotary clubs, our opportunities for people right across the city to be able to connect with some of the activities that we are able to provide free and affordable. The Lord Mayor City Hall concert is constantly attended by so many wonderful people. I was there today, and and I think next week it's Miss Mandy, so I'm sure that there'll be lots of people that will be there to enjoy that. So we really do appreciate the work that you do. We are so thrilled to celebrate your 50 years with you, and I know that I speak on behalf of the entire chamber when I say congratulations on 50 years, and we look forward to the next 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you so much, Ms Nelson, for coming in today. Thank you so much. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, this week marks the one-year anniversary of the biggest shake-up to Brisbane's household waste collection in Brisbane. Can you please update the Chamber on the success of the green bin rollout?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councillor Marx, for the question. And yes, 1 year ago, we commenced the big rollout of new green bins so that standalone houses across the city would have access to this service as an ongoing part of the services that the council provides, meaning that those houses then have 3 bins as standard, the red top bin, the yellow top bin and the green bin. And so that process was a large logistical exercise. It resulted in 155,000 extra green bins being rolled out over a period of months right across the city in suburbs near and far. And the rate of rollout was significant. Around 10,000 bins a week were being delivered, which is quite extraordinary. But what's more extraordinary, though, is the enthusiasm with which Brisbane residents have used those green bins, because that's ultimately what it's all about, to make sure that we recycle more green waste and that is diverted away from landfill. And so I can report that in the past 12 months, 68,752 tonnes of green waste have been collected and diverted from landfill. And that represents an increase of over 31% compared to the previous 12 months. And so we're just about to in the coming months go into growing season as we approach the warmer months, and we know that the use of those bins will gear up accordingly. But that is a fantastic outcome to see all of that waste, all of that green material diverted from landfill. This is the biggest change, as you said, Councillor Marks, to waste collection services in our city since the recycling bin, the yellow top recycling bin, was introduced back in the 1990s. Now, we have had for many years, since about 2010, the option to have a green bin, but this is the first time that it's been a service available for all standalone houses. And so I want to thank Brisbane residents for using the green bins. Know that just like when you use the yellow top bin, you're doing a good thing. Because anything that goes in there is not going into landfill, and that is an environmental outcome, but also that green material that's recycled is also used right across the city and suburbs to keep our city looking green and healthy, and that mulch is widely used as well. And so it's a really great outcome. The peak month in the last 12 months for green waste collection, it wouldn't surprise you to know that it was December. And in that single month, 9,455 tonnes were collected through the green bins, and also a total of 15,261 tonnes through other means, particularly through our resource recovery centres. But that brings me to my next point, which is as we prepare for summer and the warmer months, we always offer free green waste tipping, and that's for people that have a larger quantity of green waste than might fit in their green bin. And that starts this weekend. The first of 3 green waste tipping weekends is happening this weekend at our 4 resource recovery centres. So the first weekend will be the 8th and 9th of August. The second one will be the 12th and 13th of September. And the third one, the 10th and the 11th of October. And that's important not just because of recycling, but it's important as people clean up their yards for summer and storm season as well. And so some of those overhanging branches or bushes that need to be trimmed as we go into the storm season, this is the opportunity to do that and take advantage of this, and also achieve a great outcome for the city when it comes to recycling. I can say that since 2019, mid-2019, a total of 635,000 tonnes of green waste have been diverted from landfill. This is also about reducing the impacts of the Labor state government's bin tax that they introduced and promised that there would be no impact on households, but then proceeded to tax households. And so we continue.
Councillor Cassidy, stop calling out.
We continue to run Brisbane's largest legal tax avoidance scheme with our green waste and recycling programs, and we'll continue to gear them up, because every tonne of material that goes in through those bins, the yellow top and green bins, is a tonne that is not being taxed by the state government.
Lord Mayor,
and that is something we can pass on to residents.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I'd like to read you a snip from an email I received recently from a Woolloongabba resident, and I quote him: "I'm an owner-occupier in a small one-bedroom apartment. I've seen newsletters, marketing communication and media articles all indicating Brisbane City Council's general rates were increasing by an average of 3.97%. I recently received my rates bill and I was shocked to see it had increased by more than 13%. This far exceeds inflation or the Council's claims. After much digging, it appears the minimum general rate for my Category 10 apartment has increased by about 14%. Overall, my rates will increase by $235 this year compared with the previous. Council's claim of a 3.97% rates rise seems highly misleading when they are increasing the minimum rates for apartments by more than triple that. So, Lord Mayor, you'll note this increase is just rates and has nothing to do with the LNP waste tax, as you suggested in your embarrassing ABC interview this morning.
20%?
So why did you hide this increase from more than 180,000 unit and townhouse households in Brisbane? Are you ashamed about it, or are you just really, really sneaky?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cassidy. We made a really clear commitment to the people of Brisbane. We made a really clear commitment to the people of Brisbane before the last election when it came to rates and also would have the lowest rates in southeast Queensland, and we promised that we would always run balanced budgets. And we have
Councillor
absolutely...
Griffiths, stop calling out.
We have absolutely kept our commitments to the people of Brisbane. But I think it is very rich for Labor to talk about rates when, first of all, they went to the last election with a different plan. It wasn't to have the lowest rates in southeast Queensland, it was $3.5 billion of unfunded commitments. And so what do you think that would do to rates? Because that would have driven up year-by-year council expenditure by more than 20% a year. And so...
Councillor Cassidy, one moment please, Lord Mayor, your microphone. Councillor Cassidy, I caution you. Lord Mayor.
And so Councillor Cassidy speaks with forked tongue here, because if Labor was in administration, you'd be getting much, much higher rates, and you certainly wouldn't be having the lowest rates in southeast Queensland. And let's talk specifically about the rates that Brisbane apartment and unit and townhouse owners pay compared to other councils. And so Ipswich, if you're a Brisbane owner, you pay $159 less than Ipswich.
One moment please, Lord Mayor. Councillors, I know it's been a long recess, but you know very well that when another councillor is on their feet speaking, you are not to be calling out. Now, I've already cautioned you, Councillor Cassidy, I'll caution you twice, and Councillor Griffiths. Stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
The councillors... The councillors who love new taxes are now pretending that they don't like taxes. But if you're in Gold Coast, you would be paying $220 more than what you would be in Brisbane if you're a unit owner. If you're in Logan, you would be paying $560 more than in Brisbane if you're a unit or apartment owner. If you're on the Sunshine Coast, you'd be paying $632 more than in Brisbane. If you were in Moreton Bay, you would be paying $693 more than what you would in Brisbane. And so...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
We'd like the Lord Mayor of Brisbane to talk about Brisbane, not about the Sunshine Coast, the Gold Coast, Ipswich, Logan,
that's not
Moreton
a point
Bay.
of order, Councillor
The question
Cassidy.
was,
You have also
why
asked...
did the Lord Mayor hide?
Councillor, I'm speaking. You've asked your question and the Lord Mayor is answering it. You don't get to... Councillor Kim, that's your second caution. Stop calling out. I'm speaking. You don't get to ask a subsequent question. You've asked it and the Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer the question. Lord Mayor.
And so Labor councillors quite clearly don't want to talk about what other people in southeast Queensland are paying, because they know the reality is Brisbane residents pay less and they get more for their investment. And they're...
25% in 2 years.
Councillor Cassidy, I consider you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct. And in accordance with section 21(4) of the meeting's local law, I ask you to refrain from calling out across, 21(6), I ask you to stop calling out across the chamber and when another councillor is on their feet. If you continue to do so, I'll have to make a formal reprimand. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, the reality is this was an election commitment we made to maintain the lowest rates in southeast Queensland. Now, Labor might not hear, they might not want to hear that we have kept our commitment, but we have. It was a commitment made and a commitment kept, and we will continue to keep that commitment. But what it does, Labor's line here just highlights just how much less Brisbane residents are paying than every other council. And those residents don't have the great public transport services that we have in Brisbane. They don't have the CityCat services. These surrounding councils don't have any of those things that Brisbane residents benefit from. They don't have the extra services that we provide here in Brisbane City Council, yet they pay more. And so we will continue to keep our commitment to the people of Brisbane. And that commitment has been opposed time and time again by Labor, because any time we try to find efficiencies and savings to keep costs down, Labor opposes them. And so it is, as I said,
Councillor Collier, I caution you. Lord Mayor.
it is incredibly ironic that the tax and spend party is upset that we are keeping an election commitment here. They don't like it, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to remind what we promised and what we've delivered, which is the cheapest rates in South East Queensland. Not just for owner-occupier houses, but also the cheapest rates in South East Queensland for units, townhouses and apartments. And so we will continue to keep that commitment, and we are serious about that commitment.
Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Just an effort to assist the Lord Mayor. The 5.63% increase this year on average, which includes
Councillor,
houses and units, is higher than Moreton Bay.
Thank you, Councillor. I asked you already not to keep on interrupting the Lord Mayor. You asked your question and he answered it. Councillor Collier, I caution you again. Lord Mayor, are you finished or?
No, I'm not. Councillor Cassidy.
One moment, please. Councillor Cassidy, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cassidy needs to go back to school and understand how percentages work, because if you're coming off a very low base, in fact the lowest in South East Queensland, then the type of figures that he's talking about, where other councils are paying so much more already, and then they had an increase on top of the higher rates that they were already paying. And so we'll continue, as I said, to offer the lowest rates in South East Queensland, and I hope that Labor...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Wolfe.
My question is to the Chair of City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, over the recess, we released our legacy blueprint for Brisbane beyond the Games. Can you please update the Chamber on how this community-led document builds on our Making Our Mark initiative and lays out the plan for Brisbane into the future?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Wolfe for the question. In just 6 years, Brisbane will shine on the global stage as the host city of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. And while the eyes of the world will be on Brisbane as athletes from across the globe compete for gold, it's about much more than that. It's about the legacy that the Games leave behind, what comes before and long after the Games have happened. Our legacy plan is all about making everyday life better through improved transport, more housing choices, better parks and public spaces, stronger connections between neighbourhoods and more opportunities for people to participate in community life and everything this city has to offer. The legacy plan has been shaped through extensive community consultation under the Making Our Mark program. Since 2023, thousands of residents, students, businesses, community organisations and council employees have contributed their ideas and aspirations for Brisbane's future. More than 250 students from 61 schools took part. Hundreds of ideas were submitted by industry and community members. Almost 20,000 votes were cast by residents. More than 82,000 people visited the project website and nearly 2,000 ideas were submitted overall. Residents told us they want practical outcomes. They want better transport, they want more homes in the right locations, they want greener streets, better parks, stronger communities and a city that remains easy to live in as it grows. The Legacy Plan responds directly to those priorities. One of the most significant opportunities identified is unlocking an estimated 50,000 new homes close to high-frequency public transport and key inner-city destinations by 2032. We know housing affordability and availability are among the biggest concerns facing many residents today. Young people are worried about whether they will be able to live close to family and work. Older residents want more housing choice as their needs change. Key workers need housing options near jobs and services. By planning for more homes in well-connected locations, we can help address these challenges while supporting a more sustainable city. The plan also supports expanded Brisbane Metro services, helping residents move around Brisbane more efficiently and reducing pressure on our transport network. Better connections are not only about moving people, they are about connecting communities. That is why the plan includes the Green and Gold Grid, a vision for shaded walking routes that connect venues, neighbourhoods and popular destinations. The plan also explores future opportunities for river transport and new ways to activate underutilised spaces beneath inner-city rail corridors through initiatives such as the Low Line proposal. These ideas demonstrate how we can make better use of existing infrastructure while creating more vibrant public spaces for residents and visitors alike. The Legacy Plan also recognises the important role our parks, playgrounds and community facilities play in everyday life. Families want places where children can play safely. Residents want places where they can exercise, socialise and connect with their neighbours. By continuing to invest in these spaces, we can support healthier and more active communities across Brisbane. Madam Chair, one of the most important messages in this plan is that Council cannot deliver this legacy alone. Building a better Brisbane requires genuine collaboration. That is why the plan establishes the Brisbane Legacy Partnerships Program. This program will provide businesses and community organisations with a clearer pathway to bring forward ideas and projects that can benefit Brisbane before and beyond 2032. We have already seen the power of strong partnerships through projects such as Howard Smith Wharves and Fish Lane. These precincts have become places where people gather, work, visit and enjoy our city. The new partnerships program will help unlock further investment, innovation and community-led ideas that enhance Brisbane's lifestyle, culture, environment and economy well beyond 2032. Madam Chair, it's clear that this plan is about people. It is about ensuring the benefits of hosting the Olympic and Paralympic Games are felt in our suburbs,
Councillor
our
Allen, your
neighbourhoods.
time has
Thank you,
expired. Further questions? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, it's Homelessness Week. You'd be aware of the work of MICA projects and the particular importance they do on Brisbane's front line of the homelessness crisis. Programs like Home for Good Hub are often the first point of contact someone has when they're seeking a pathway to secure housing. Your LNP colleagues in the Crisafulli State Government recently announced an $18 million cut to this program with Project MICA. This will inevitably lead to more people sleeping rough in Brisbane's parks and on Brisbane streets. Will you join us in condemning the LNP for this callous cut and call for its reversal, or will you stay silent as usual?
Lord Mayor.
Well, look, I'm not aware of any cuts that have been made, but I am aware that the Crisafulli government just contributed $6 million to Emmanuel City Mission to create Australia's largest overnight homelessness shelter. Now, I'm hearing, oh, that's just one organisation. Well, Councillor Griffiths mentioned just one organisation, but we know that Labor is really good at one thing, and that is making stuff up. They're good at misrepresenting the facts. They are good at making stuff up. But what we know, though...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Kim, you continue to talk and call out, and you're doing it while I'm speaking. I will have to formally warn you if you do it again. No, Councillor Griffiths, you've asked a question, and if you want your questions answered, one would normally be quiet to listen. And Councillor Cassidy, stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. As I was saying, what I am aware of and what we've advocated for is support for the immediate need of an overnight homeless shelter in Brisbane. Now, Emmanuel City Mission and their night sanctuary exists with the support of Brisbane City Council, private donors from the community, and they were able to get a pilot program up and running to prove this concept. They did that as a result of the funding that we provided, and then that enabled them to go to the state government and say, we can do so much more with state funding. And for the very first time ever, a Queensland government has invested into this night sanctuary and an overnight shelter. The Labor government never did this. They had the opportunity to do this and they never did. They never did. There was no overnight shelter in Brisbane under the Labor state government. Yet the Crisafulli government cares, and they have invested into creating Australia's largest night sanctuary, overnight shelter. I toured there with Councillor Howard the other day to see what would be transformed out of that building, and it is absolutely going to make a huge difference for so many people. We know that already the initial stages of this overnight sanctuary, the night sanctuary, have changed lives, and it has helped people get back on their feet and get re-established, to help find work. And we know how many lives will be transformed when this is up and running in its full capacity, thanks to the state government funding.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
When was the last time the Lord Mayor spoke to micro-projects about these cuts?
Councillor, Councillor Griffiths has asked a question. You don't get to ask the subsequent one.
Well, just standing here attacking us for asking a very legitimate question.
No, Councillor, you've had your turn. Lord Mayor.
And so this investment in Emmanuel City Mission is going to make a huge difference right at the front line.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Because we know...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor.
The question was really...
Councillor Griffiths, you don't need to ask the questions. I don't uphold your point of... If you're just going to repeat the question, Councillor, what is your point of order?
My point of order is the question was about $18 million cut to MICA, not $4 million for the Emmanuel Mission.
As I just
Will
said,
the Lord Mayor say he condemns that cut?
To get up.
That is the question, Madam.
Yep, and I don't uphold your point of order because you have asked a question and the Lord Mayor is answering the question. You don't need to keep repeating it. So, as a result, I do not uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
To put this in perspective here, it was actually the Labor state government that saw homelessness get entirely out of control in this state, not just in Brisbane, but right across the state. And
one moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you, in accordance with Section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. I also ask you, Councillor Strunk and Collier, to stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The former Labor state government oversaw a system which was designed to deliver more people into our parks, and that's exactly what it did. And the reason for that is they didn't build the social housing that they promised to build. They saw the waiting list blow out. They completely mismanaged it. They cancelled important projects like the one in Logan that would have actually delivered so many new homes. And when they were asked about what they were doing about homelessness in our parks, they were like, that's council's problem, nothing to do with us. Their system created this problem, delivered people to our parks, and we've been busy trying to make sure that they get into accommodation. And the Crisafulli government is the first government we've had in a long time that's serious about building social homes. And every week goes by, they're opening new social homes around this state. Every week. They're actually delivering. They're actually putting people into homes, they're building homes, they're funding organisations like Emmanuel City Mission, yet Labor created this situation, and now they are complaining when the LNP government tries to fix the problem that Labor created. Their approach on homelessness is disgraceful. It was to bury their head in the sand and to blame everyone else. I'm thankful that we have a government that's serious about doing something about this, and I support their great work.
Further questions? Councillor Adamant.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Communities and Arts Committee. Councillor Howard, during the recess, the Shrinner Council has been busy delivering for our city. Can you please update the Chamber on how the Shrinner Council is providing even more to see and do for residents, for Brisbane Centenary residents?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Adamant for the question. As the councillor for Pullen Vale knows, the Centenary suburbs are a beautiful part of our city. This is due in part to the active social and cultural organisations that help strengthen our community. We love to see members of our community coming together across our suburbs. Community spaces where people can meet, connect and celebrate together have never been more important. Whether it's to host meetings, learn a new skill or celebrate a special occasion, community spaces allow people to come together, which is why I'm very excited to share with the Chamber that we have a brand new community centre coming to the Centenary suburbs. During recess, the Shrinner Council supported the purchase of a new community facility located in River Hills. The Centenary Community Centre will be opening later this year at the corner of the Lalina and McFarlane Streets in River Hills. This new centre will join Brisbane's network of 26 community halls that are available for residents and organisations to book for community, commercial and private events. The Centenary Community Centre will provide flexible spaces for meetings, workshops and events, affordable facilities for community groups and organisations, and a welcoming venue for social, cultural and recreational activities. The new centre is part of the Shrinner Council's commitment to invest more than 80% of the budget in the suburbs and deliver the local facilities we know residents rely on every day. Chair, there are a lot of people excited about this new facility, however, none more perhaps than the councillor for Jamboree. Councillor Hutton is absolutely over the moon about the Centenary Community Centre, and I'd like to thank her for all her help and support as we prepare the new facility. Because, as Councillor Hutton knows, this hasn't been an easy journey. For years, in the dark days of the former Labor administration, residents in the Centenary suburbs were crying out for a community hub. Western suburbs had long advocated for their own community centre to service their suburbs. At the 2008 council election, the former councillor for Jamboree, Matthew Burke, committed to delivering a community centre.
Please, Councillor Howard. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm just seeking a procedural ruling, please. I'm sure Councillor Howard said that Council has purchased this land, but I'm not aware that this Council has made a decision to purchase the land. So I'm just wondering if procedurally whether or not what Councillor Howard is saying is, based in any kind of, actuality.
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Howard.
How can we have bought something that hasn't come through Council for approval? Yeah. Okay.
Nothing needs to happen.
No, of course not. Interesting.
One moment, please, Councillor Howard. Wait till the chamber is quiet. Councillor Howard.
At the 2008 council election, the former councillor for Jamboree, Matthew Burke, committed to delivering a community centre for the centenary suburbs to utilise. This vision became a reality when, on Saturday the 5th of November 2011, a community hub was officially opened by Lord Mayor Graham Quirk, former councillor Matthew Burke and Centenary Community Connections President Belinda Carnigan at the Mount Omni Shopping Centre. In 2012, Centenary Community Connections was granted the licence to manage the facility, which was leased by council for the community. This group is a local volunteer and not-for-profit community organisation focused on building the strength and resilience of the centenary suburbs. With Belinda still at the helm, they have diligently managed the community hub for the past 14 years. Centenary Community Connections have poured their hearts into running this facility, and I know how grateful Councillor Hutton is in particular for their hard work. Following discussions with Centenary Community Connections, it was decided that Council will manage the new centre the same way we manage other community halls, allowing the organisation to focus on other community endeavours. We cannot thank them enough for their stewardship of the community hub over the past 14 years and for their assistance as we transition to this new permanent facility. Works are already underway at the Centenary Community Centre to ensure it's refreshed and fabulous for local residents and groups to access. We've got some landscaping works happening this week and upgrades to the flooring and painting ahead of its opening. We're so excited to open this facility later this year and to carry forward the legacy of the much-loved Centenary Community Hub, which has serviced the area for the past 14 years. The Srina Council understands the importance of community spaces to local groups and residents. It's why we simply couldn't resist when the opportunity for a new permanent community centre became available to us. We want every resident to enjoy the benefits of Brisbane's incredible lifestyle through great local communities, services and community spaces. These are places where people come together to connect, learn and celebrate within their communities. Through this new permanent facility, we can provide a place where connections can strengthen in the western suburbs. I know residents across the Centenary suburbs will enjoy the benefits of this fantastic new facility and we look forward to officially opening.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. Since the beginning of this year, 6 of 14 of my councillor information requests have been refused by your CEO. These requests have been related to matters directly affecting Gabba Ward residents, including drainage works, patronage impacts on local buses, plans for bikeways just adjoining 2 wards, budget-funded projects in local parks, uncompleted projects for the Gabba Ward in 2025 and 26, and most recently, an information request about the Kent Street shared road for bicycle users, pedestrians, scooters and cars. Shame. Lord Mayor, your council has not only stopped opposition councillors like myself from asking citywide questions, but now it seems that you are stopping local councillors from doing the work to represent their residents with information needed for projects locally. Here. What do you have to hide and what do you say to residents in the Gabba Ward?
Lord Mayor.
Well, I think the question answers itself because they were requests made to the CEO based on whatever the relevant legislation and requirements say. And so if they've been refused, then it is a reason, there's a reason for that.
Councillor Massey.
And this has nothing to do with my office. This has nothing to do, this has nothing to do.
Councillors, you are not... There's no privilege in this chamber, Councillor Griffiths. So stop calling out. And I am warning you, Councillor Griffiths, speaking while I am, that Councillor Griffiths, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. I also warn you, Councillor Johnston, for calling out. Lord Mayor.
Yes, as I was saying, Madam Chair, I don't see Councillor Massey's requests. I don't see any councillor's requests.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Just so I can be clear on what you've just said about me, Madam Chair, so far today I've heard you repeatedly warn councillors, Labor councillors, and I've interjected for the first time in the meeting, but you've also warned me. So I would just like to understand why all the other councillors in the room are getting multiple cautions, but I am warned at my first interjection.
Councillor, I've not formally named you. I'm
Yes, you did. You
warned,
just said you warned
caution.
me.
You're playing with words there, and I'll caution you that if you continue
Right.
this
so you made
behaviour,
a mistake. Got it.
then you will be formally warned. Stop calling. No, Councillor. I do not uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. As I was saying, I don't see councillors' requests. They don't come to me. I have no involvement in that process, and nor should I. This is a process that is managed by the bureaucracy, and I would say that councillors in the Brisbane City Council have access to far more information than any elected representatives at any other level of government. And so, look, I can't comment on what Councillor Massey gets access to or not, but Councillor Massey did ask, what would I say to her residents?
Councillor Strunk, stop calling out. Councillor Kim. One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Can you? Thank you. Councillor Strunk, I do consider you are continually displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and I will have to give you a formal reprimand if you continue to do so. Councillor Kim, I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. I ask all councillors to refrain from calling out so that we can follow the agenda and the meeting and do what you are here to do. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I haven't called you yet. Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for acknowledging my point of order. Madam Chairman, I sit less than 2 metres from Councillor Kim, and I did not hear her interjecting at all, and neither did Councillor Massey, who sits directly in front of her. So, Madam Chairman, did you hear Councillor Kim interjecting, because nobody else did?
Let me remind you, Councillor, you are not the chair, and I do not uphold your point of order.
So, Madam Chair, I move dissent in your ruling.
Seconded.
Councillor Johnston has moved dissent in my ruling, seconded by Councillor Massey. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it. That is lost. Lord
Division.
Mayor.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey.
I didn't hear her.
Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells.
Who hasn't got a warning on this side? Me yet. You haven't tried. Come on.
Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Massey asked, what would I say to our residents? I would say that they have a council administration that's focused on delivering, on building more homes, on improving transport, and on making our community better. But unfortunately, they have a local councillor that's focused on opposing virtually everything that happens in her community. And so those efforts are just designed to stop things, to slow things down, to oppose things. And I think it's sad. I think it's sad because people want things to happen.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Says no to everything. That's a misrepresentation.
Councillor, I do not uphold that.
But I just spoke for... That's a misrepresentation.
It is not for you to make comments.
I claim misrepresentation.
It is not for you to comment on the Lord Mayor's response.
So you can be defamed in here to say that you say no to everything.
You ask the question, the Lord Mayor is answering. That's how it works.
I claim to be presented.
No,
oh, you don't
take
accept
a seat.
that?
I don't.
That's why democracy is dead. You just proved it.
Councillor, stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
And so if Councillor Massey wants to be a true progressive, then she would support things actually happening in her community rather than spending all her time with protests and opposing everything. But never mind, we'll get on with the job and we'll keep delivering.
Question time has now expired. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee recommendations. Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, I move to suspend standing orders in order for me to move a motion calling on the Lord Mayor to show leadership and intervene on the CityCat Crew EBA dispute and get them a better deal.
Seconded.
Councillor, it has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy to suspend standing orders. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it. That is lost. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. clerks please read the results?
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 18 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, please resume your seats. Yeah.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Kim.
Chair, I just wanted to reference the last council sitting because there was something very important that happened, which is where Councillor Allen still hasn't answered the question with reference to the ethics committee meeting.
That is not a point of order.
We're still waiting for his answer.
Not acceptable.
It's been
Councillor, you know that you can raise that in general business. Now is not the appropriate time on the agenda. And I ask you...
Will Councillor Allen answer the question?
We are now in Establishment and Coordination Committee. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, I move that the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting during the winter recess 2026 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during the winter recess 2026 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I move on to items in the report, I just wanted to give everyone an update on that highly misleading question that Councillor Griffiths asked. Now, would it surprise you that it was a misrepresentation of the facts? Would it surprise you? Because here's what actually happened in the state budget. So the funding allocated by the Crisafulli government in this year's budget is actually more than the funding in the last Labor budget. So funding for housing has increased. But that specific question about the micro projects program is quite interesting, because if you actually find out what's really going on here is that the government is making the switch between hotel and motel accommodation to more longer-term housing solutions. And so the money is being transitioned from short-term housing into long-term housing. That is exactly what is happening. And so this has seen 3,252 households transition from hotel and motel accommodation into long-term housing. I would have thought that is a fantastic outcome to see more people into long-term housing. That is what Labor claims that they want. That is what they claim they want. And when it actually happens, they criticise it. And so,
Lord Mayor, can you just push your microphone, please? Because there's a lot of noise in the chamber. People have got discussions that they want to have. Please take it outside, because I'm struggling to hear the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, thank you. And so 3,252 households have transitioned from staying in hotels and motels into long-term housing, and the funding has followed them.
That's right.
That's a wonderful outcome. More people in long-term housing, that's what we all aspire to. And so the Crisafulli government is investing more in housing. They're making sure that thousands of families and households are transitioning into long-term accommodation. This is our aspiration, to see more people in long-term housing. Yet Labor cannot resist and score cheap political points by misrepresenting the reality of the situation. And is what we hear time and time again. Time and time again. And it is genuinely disappointing.
Councillor Griffith, stop calling out across the chamber.
It's genuinely disappointing that Labor would criticise changes that see more people in long-term housing, but that's exactly what they have done. Tomorrow night, as I was update you on, the asset light-up schedule, tomorrow night, the Kangaroo Point Bridge, Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge and Radcliffe Place will be lit up in purple and teal to celebrate 30 years of the Australian longitudinal study on women's health. First established in 1996, it's the largest and longest-running national study of women's health and wellbeing in this country, and it draws on the experiences of more than 57,000 Australian women. On Saturday, our assets will be lit in pink and purple to support National Eosinophilic Week, which runs from the 2nd to the 8th of August, and it's a type of white blood cell related to and related diseases that can be painful, difficult to diagnose, and are poorly understood in the wider community. On Sunday, our assets will lit up in green to celebrate the ECA, which this year turns 150, so an incredible Queensland institution, and we obviously look forward to welcoming people from all over Queensland here to Brisbane over the coming week or so as they visit the ECA. I did want to offer my condolences on the passing of Anne Clark, OAM, and it's with great sadness that we acknowledge her recent passing. Anne was very passionate about the local environment. She was a community leader and the inaugural director of the Oxley Creek Transformation. And that project, as we know, is led by Brisbane Sustainability Agency and continues to invest in improving the Oxley Creek corridor. And Anne dedicated decades to the protection, restoration and stewardship of the Oxley Creek corridor. She was a founding member of OCA in 1995 and served as president from 2001 to 2013 and later continued her long-standing contribution as executive officer. As an inaugural director of Oxley Creek Transformation, Anne served on the board from 2017 to 2022, providing invaluable leadership, community insight and environmental expertise during the formative years of this transformational project. In recognition of her outstanding service to the environment and urban waterways, Anne was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia, OAM, in 2008. And our sincere condolences go to Anne's extended family, her friends and the many people whose lives were touched positively by her contribution. She will be remembered with great respect, gratitude and admiration. Today, 4th of August, is the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Children's Day, and that has been marked every year since 1988. This year's theme is Living Our Truth, which is about passing on the stories of language and knowledge from elders to the next generation. It's a day to recognise the strength, pride and potential of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children, to make sure that they see themselves reflected in the life of this city and our state and our community. As I mentioned, or as has already been mentioned, this week is National Homelessness Week, and this week's theme, or the theme this year, is Homelessness Action Now. And as I said, fundamentally, this should be about getting more people out of homelessness and into long-term accommodation. Now, there are a number of steps along the pathway to get there, and as I said, it is refreshing to see a government that is not willing to put their head in the stand and sit on their hands, but actually to build the homes that need to be built and to get people into those homes, because the former government let our community down so badly. They created a situation that saw more people living in parks and in tents and in cars, and then they sat on their hands and wouldn't do anything about it. They then said that's a local government problem when they had in fact created the problem. They were complicit in creating that problem, and it is good to see a government that is focused on building and getting people into housing. We'll continue the programs, the many programs that we support in the council. $7 million has been invested already into the Pathways Out of Homelessness program, a program that did not exist in the past and was established by this administration. We've seen 14 impactful projects funded through this $7 million investment, and that has helped more than 6,500 people. And we've seen over 1,700 people transition into long-term housing as a result of the programs that we support. Our dedicated public space liaison officers work directly with people sleeping rough to connect them with housing support and the services that they can access. We also provide support through Brisbane Housing Company, an incredible jointly owned company that's owned by the Brisbane City Council and the Queensland Government that is busy building more affordable and social housing as we speak, and has delivered some great projects in many parts of Brisbane, including in Chermside in recent times. Fantastic outcome there. We'll continue to support Homeless Connect, which is something that is ongoing and has helped thousands of people over the years, once again connecting people with help and support and services. We'll also continue our Community Housing Partnerships Program, the CHPP, which alongside housing providers helps repurpose suitable vacant properties that the council owns. Sometimes these are on a temporary basis that we own them, but they are used for a good purpose. And so a home that we may have purchased because in the future there might be a road or park upgrade that we've required the land for, in the interim can be used for supporting our housing providers. And so people are living in those homes with the support of Brisbane City Council and the housing providers, and we'll continue to provide that. We'll also continue to provide our support for Emmanuel City Mission's Night Sanctuary, which, as I said earlier, will become Australia's largest overnight shelter and a place that has already been transformational in its early startup period, and will continue with a state government investment of $6 million to provide support that is much needed for so many more people. So we'll continue to do what we can. We'll continue to work to see more people.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension, Madam Chair. Seconded.
Has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We'll continue the programs which are making a real impact out there. And as I said, it's great to have a state government that's focused on outcomes rather than announcements, that is focused on getting people into long-term accommodation rather than pushing the problem onto other people and other levels of government, as we saw with the previous government. I did want to table today the annual report for the City of Brisbane Investment Corporation. This is our city's future fund, and something which I'm incredibly proud of, because this is a future fund that delivers and helps deliver lower rates for Brisbane residents. Because the returns from this future fund come in the form of a dividend to Brisbane City Council, which is then offsetting rates for Brisbane residents. And so last year, a $15 million dividend, if that funding came from Brisbane ratepayers, that would be $15 million in extra rates that people would have to pay. And so this year, I can announce that the dividend will be increasing from $15 million to $17 million, once again, which is help offsetting the rates that people pay. And so it is one of the many reasons why people in Brisbane pay lower rates than people in other councils, because they don't have a fund like City of Brisbane Investment Corporation. They don't have a fund that delivers millions of dollars in dividends to the people of Brisbane. And so I can also say that now, with the $17 million latest dividend, the total number of dividends paid, or the total amount of dividends paid by City of Brisbane Investment Corporation, is $234.1 million. Now, this is something that the Labor Party has opposed from day one and continues to oppose. It has delivered returns to the people of Brisbane of $234 million. And so, as we know, Labor's answer to every problem is just tax people more. We believe if there's ways to offset taxes and rates, then we should do that. And this is one of those ways. So I table this, this report, and I want to thank City of Brisbane Investment Corporation, the board, and all the team in City of Brisbane Investment Corporation who work so hard to deliver value for ratepayers and to help reduce the rate burden on ratepayers. Now, this fund started off with an initial investment of $135 million. It has now grown to a value of more than $400 million, and that doesn't even include the $234 million paid. So what we're seeing here is $634 million of value that has been delivered as a result of this fund being established and operating and working to continue, working to produce a return for the people of Brisbane. It is also indicative of the administration's long-term approach where, you know, I have no doubt if Labor was ever successful in this place, they would wind this fund up and they would spend the money in 1 or 2 years and then there'd be nothing left to show for it. That is the way that they operate. They just think about today, they never think about tomorrow, they never think about the long term. They spend money quicker than it comes in, and we know that this fund would be closed down and spent if Labor was ever in. Item A in the reports that we have is the contracts and tendering report for May 2026. 17 out of 17 contracts were awarded to local suppliers. So far, we've had 192 out of 205 contracts being awarded to local suppliers in that previous financial year, with a total spend of $1.1 billion with local suppliers. The contracts in front of us include bin supply, repair, distribution and maintenance with contractor Sulo, hard waste recycling services, recovering more material from landfill and improving our recycling rates. Specialist services for the collection and disposal of deceased animals. If you're asking what kind of animals, anything that people might report by the roadside, mainly possums, unfortunately, but this is one of those important services that we continue to provide. The new rubber undersurface for the Whites Hill Reserve Playground, one of the much-loved playgrounds that we're continuing to invest in across Brisbane. A strategic needs assessment for the City Reach Boardwalk. This is a boardwalk that was transferred across the council from the Port of Brisbane a number of years ago. The boardwalk was built in stages, mainly by private entities. So as a new building was built, the builder would build a section of Riverwalk out the front. That then became Port of Brisbane responsibility, and then it became Brisbane City Council responsibility. And so we've been progressively investing in this boardwalk, but there are sections that do need work going forward, and this is about assessing the priority needs for upgrade and improvement, and obviously our Riverwalk network is much loved and appreciated and an essential part of the way that people get around our city, and so it's important that we continue to work on that network. There's a contract for the supply and delivery of electric buggies to support the ongoing maintenance activities on the Story Bridge. There's the commencement of Energex works at the Lindum Open Level Crossing upgrade. There's the repair and maintenance across council pools and aquatic centres. Engagement of an expert partner to manage our Cyber Security Operations Centre. There's the organisation and coordination for the Asia Pacific Cities Summit, which will next year in 2027 be held in Brisbane again. This is something that is held every 2 years. It alternates between Brisbane and then an offshore city. It's back in Brisbane, and so we're gearing up the planning for that work for next year's conference. There's also a number of other contracts related to the day-to-day delivery of core council services. Item B is the report of the Audit Committee for their meeting on the 4th of June 2026. A considerable amount of work is done behind the scenes by the Independent Audit Committee to ensure that there's effective management of this council on behalf of the ratepayers of Brisbane. As we know, the Audit Committee is an advisory committee of council and it operates independently and free from any political interference or the presence of councillors. And this is a committee that councillors are not involved with and not welcome in. And so it's important that this is independent and it continues to operate according to its requirements and functions. It provides independent oversight of council's internal controls to ensure that we are addressing potential risks and ultimately protecting council and the ratepayers' interests. The committee enforces accountability and every action identified has a clear outcome or process going forward. And as you can see from the minutes, representatives from the Queensland Audit Office are in attendance at the meetings, and this is to ensure that requirements are being enforced and adhered to. Topics discussed as set out in the minutes include the 2026 annual budget, updates on the annual internal audit plan, ICT programs, risks and controls and mandatory corporate training. Item C is the major amendment to industry mapping, and this is something that was an action item out of our industrial strategy, which was titled Brisbane, Our Productive City. One of the major recommendations from this strategy was to review the mix of industrial zone land in major industry areas so that more land could become available for cleaner industry, warehousing and logistics, as well as distribution. They are growth areas, as we know. And so over time, we're seeing some of the, I guess, more impactful or less clean industries moving out. And we're seeing a lot more demand for warehousing, logistics and distribution with the rise of, just-in-time delivery, and whether it's big providers that we all know of or whether it's smaller distribution entities. This is something that keeps our city moving. It meets the demand for retail. It meets the demand for growth in jobs as well. And so this is about providing appropriate locations for those kind of facilities to gear up. And so when you click to purchase something and you can see that it will arrive later today or tomorrow, that process means that there are warehousing facilities and logistics facilities that need to be located here in Brisbane to provide that kind of service. That is what people expect these days, but it can't happen unless we provide the appropriately zoned areas for that to happen. And so we're making the changes when it relates to around 200 properties in the northern industrial
Lord
area,
Mayor, your
Australia
time
Trade
has
Coast.
expired.
Move for an extension, Madam Chair. Seconded.
Has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
So there's 200 properties in the northern industrial area, Australia Trade Coast and the southwest industrial area that are moving from General Industry C to General Industry B, equating to about 82 hectares of land in total, and in doing so we're helping respond to the demand for that logistics and distribution that I mentioned. All properties will maintain existing use rights for current and active approvals. So effectively what that means, if they've got an approval for a higher impact industry, they can continue to operate for now. But having said that, if that use ceases, then the new use then comes into effect based on this zoning change. So we're also proposing to rezone 9 council-owned properties from General Industry C to open space or conservation. And this is properties that will be used or are being used for drainage, biodiversity or waterway corridor purposes. And so this more accurately reflects what they are used for. And so they might have an industry zoning, but they're actually appropriate for open space or conservation, so we're making that change. We're now at the end process for this amendment. We've completed consultation, we've engaged with the state, and we recently received their approval to adopt the amendment. Once adopted, the amendment will take effect in the city plan from the 18th of September. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on all these items before us today. And isn't it interesting to listen to the Lord Mayor claim that he's not a tax and spend sort of guy here in Brisbane City Council, despite overseeing the largest rates take in Brisbane's history this year. And over the last 2 years, he's never found something he didn't want to tax. Over the last 2 years, he's taxed pensioners, he's taxed unit owners, he's introduced his bin tax to everybody in Brisbane as well. So let's not be fooled by what the Lord Mayor belatedly gets up and tries to claim here today before us as well. And just imagine being a Lord Mayor who says he is proud of the LNP state government, who have cancelled, since they got into office, have cancelled social housing projects, who have cut funding to programs that are specifically tailored to support people into long-term tenancies, and this LNP state government who have overseen the highest number of people experiencing homelessness in our city's history. Imagine standing up in this place as a Lord Mayor and saying he's proud of all of those things. And remember, this is a guy, of course, who describes social housing as slums. And he's backed up by LNP councillors as recently as the last couple of years who are campaigning against social housing in their wards.
Shame.
Some of the Christian ones. Yeah, maybe some of the more Christian ones, perhaps. And the Lord Mayor says that hotelling is bad and it is not a long-term solution. But then he says a night sanctuary is the solution, which is somewhere where you turn up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon and at 8 o'clock the next morning you leave. And you get a bed. And you hope you get a bed that night, and that is it. Now, these aren't places for families, and we know there are hundreds and hundreds of families and children who are sleeping rough. And the Lord Mayor gets up today and says he is proud of that situation that this LNP state government is overseeing.
Shame.
He says he thinks the LNP state government is all about outcomes, not announcements, and yet every single social housing project that the Lord Mayor said that the LNP state government have opened, they were all funded and approved by the last Labor state government.
Funny that.
Not one single project by this LNP state government. Imagine being proud of that record. Now, I'd like to congratulate, though, beyond that, the Lord Mayor on how busy E&C has been over the last 8 weeks.
Oh my God.
3 items. 3 items. Round of applause for the Lord Mayor. Hasn't he been working hard over the last 2 months? E&C managed to meet, I think, once. Where's he been? I wonder has he been overseas? I know some of the LNP civic cabinet chairs have been travelling. I know that. They've been having their holidays over the recess, and sure, that's fine to do. But maybe they could do Teams meetings for E&C meetings if they're all jet-setting around the world. Where is the Lord Mayor's leadership? So the last 8 weeks, we're led to believe that the Lord Mayor and his LNP civic cabinet only had 3 things to discuss over the last 2 months. Despite all of these massive challenges that our city is going through, despite the Lord Mayor releasing this so-called Olympic legacy plan, which includes absolutely nothing in terms of public and active transport investment and road transport investment that our city needs, not just for the Olympics, but now and well beyond. Imagine releasing a document that he said is all about leftover scraps, and that's all Brisbane gets from this Olympics. And then they go and have one meeting as the city's civic cabinet over an 8-week period and discuss a set of contracts, a small set of contracts before us today, the minutes from an audit committee meeting, and the very last end stage, as the Lord Mayor described, the very last step in a long process to amend our industry mapping. That's it. That's all the LNP could muster over the last 2 months in trying to tackle all these issues. And no wonder the Lord Mayor got all hot under the collar today, coming in here ranting and raving about all these issues that we have raised today, because he hasn't got a leg to stand on when it comes to his vision for the future of Brisbane. I mean, you even think about none of the work, even announcing the scraps and leftovers that the Lord Mayor announced as our Olympic legacy plan, the green and gold grid that they announced and rehashed and reheated and re-announced again. Trees don't grow overnight. You might be able to announce this year after year after year, but what are people going to see when the saplings that you plant that are about 30 centimetres high in tree plantings these days, what are they going to look like in 6 years' time if barely half of them even survived? And they're not going to be maintained, we know that. And if they did grow nice and big and tall, they might fall on people and nearly kill them as well. And they might be digging up graves as well. When you look at the contracts before us today, there's nothing from the Public Transport Committee, of course, because we know the LNP have totally given up on public transport in Brisbane now. It was interesting to hear that that interview that Councillor Murphy did over the recess, where he got on a City Cat for the first time ever, I think, and he said that that he didn't think Brisbane had any problems at all. He didn't think Brisbane had any problems that needed facing, and I guess, given he's a member of this LNP Civic Cabinet that doesn't even bother to meet and discuss those problems, he might actually believe that Brisbane doesn't have any problems as well. Now, there's a massive problem when it comes to city cats, a huge problem when it comes to city cats that emerged just after Councillor Murphy sat down and rode one for the first time. It's been brewing for a year, and the first time the travelling public found out about that massive problem on city cats was when posters appeared on terminals. And the crews had to start to tell people, and there was a Courier Mail article, I think, the day before this all happened. We have the LNP, no doubt, will be attacking unions over this.
Painful.
So we get all this media announcements and these rehashed announcements from the LNP Civic Cabinet Chair saying there's no problems in Brisbane whatsoever. And I've got to say, Councillor Collier was bang on the money last week. Bang on the money. I couldn't said it better myself when I read that quote. We are living under an LNP regime of mediocrity, where no one is quite sure what's going on at any one time and commuters pay the price. Yep. Isn't that the reality of what we have seen in terms of public transport in Brisbane at the hands of this LNP regime? And we're suffering under a state LNP Transport Minister as well that is refusing to catch a peak hour train. Yeah. This is the guy that is personally responsible for this fight with QR employees and is refusing to do that. And it's absolutely incredible. So is it any wonder, I guess, that we have 4 peak hours a day in Brisbane these days? And in the legacy document we have absolutely nothing, and certainly nothing in the contracts before us today that is going to help any of the travelling public or any people in Brisbane dealing with those. I guess the LNP would call all those problems people are seeing in Brisbane imaginary, I guess. Now, maybe the Lord Mayor can take some inspiration from his factional colleague, Kerry-Ann Dooley, the state member for Redcliffe, and we could all just pray that these challenges go away. I mean, God help us with the LNP in charge. Next up, we have more financial management from the LNP, $800,000 for the 2027 Asia Pacific City Summit and Mayor's Forum as the organiser being spent this year. And it's at least returning to Brisbane next year. Last year, Council forked out money for an event in Dubai in October last year. Yes. I think there were three LNP councillors went along. The Lord Mayor, and many more, a big entourage. Well, the Lord Mayor begged me to go on that trip and said he'd pay. It was an all expenses paid trip, and I said, "Bro, we're not friends. I'm not going to go with you on this trip to Dubai. Maybe we'll check out the Brisbane one though." If invited. If I'm invited this time, maybe we won't even be invited. Can you tell us more about this? So. Now, as for carefully reviewing the expenses of that trip, and when we asked questions about all the full expenses, the Lord Mayor said, "Don't you worry about that." Yeah. And that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sounds familiar, doesn't it? We see the $1.52 million over 3 years for a pool upgrade program. We would certainly love to know some details about that, and we'd love to see things like that, listed in the. Yeah, there might be a bit of federal money in there. Maybe he won't want to say that, but you'd love to see a budget or a suburban works program or the supporting information that lists all of these things out there, so the people of Brisbane know where this money is actually being spent. But I'm sure the relevant chair can let us know about that. Don't worry, I'm sure there's plenty of media ops lined up in good time when the Lord Mayor needs to do one of those in a video. Maybe he'll be swinging into a pool rather than swinging on the top of the Story Bridge for
Councillor
that one.
Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension.
Seconded.
Move for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. We see nearly $15 million for cyber security. 3 years is the maximum of 9 years. Riot Solutions, Pty Ltd, was a Brisbane-based company acquired by the Sydney-based Oro Group in 2022. Not local, but maybe the Lord Mayor didn't read the second line. Maybe just read the top line. But anyway, Oro states they work with Commonwealth, state, territory and local governments to build the network foundation cybersecurity capability and operational resilience that modern government service delivery demands. That's good. We support strong IT and cybersecurity systems, and I know it's been almost 10 years since this LNP regime's last major IT bungle in which ratepayers had to fork out at least $27 million to settle a dispute and still get no system. And these days, that's exactly right. I'll take Councillor Griffith's interjection. We would never know these days. Yeah. We would never find out. They would never have to tell us that. In March this year, the Queensland Audit Office released a report showing that state and local government entities are vulnerable to cybersecurity attacks. And it says, in each of the entities, we were able to obtain passwords, access systems, and extract sensitive information outside the intended scope of third-party user, the report said. The ABC reported back then that the local government minister, Minister Lay, would write to each council, and maybe that may well be part of the reason we're seeing this investment today, and we certainly hope that this is going to solve those serious cybersecurity problems that council is clearly facing because of the mismanagement of this LNP, this tired old, out of ideas LNP regime. We're seeing $57 million for bin supply, repair and distribution and maintenance, the initial term for 5 years with a maximum of 10 years. Now, we trust that's funded through the LNP's new bin tax after the waste service charges increased for the so-called free new bin. And we've seen the State Treasurer commit to, the LNP Treasurer that is, even though despite the Lord Mayor seems to still think the state government is Labor, for the last 2 years the state LNP Treasurer has said he is committed to increasing the LNP bin tax on councils, on every ratepayer in Brisbane, every single year that LNP is in government. Where's the dummy spit about that? Yeah. Where's the anger from the Lord Mayor about that? He gets angry about other things. He should, well maybe, does he, I don't know, does he text him? Does he talk to him offline? Is there, maybe he doesn't answer, he doesn't write letters. Anyway, we certainly hope the Lord Mayor's working on that with the State Treasurer. No such thing as a free lunch, though, with the LNP, of course. Good luck trying to get the Lord Mayor to understand that. Sulo is a European company with Australian manufacturing operations in...
Where?
Not Brisbane.
No.
In Victoria.
Oh.
So not a local. That's a $57 million one, and then a $15 million one before that, not a local company. So where the Lord Mayor's getting his talking points from today, saying all these contracts are for local suppliers. We note news from 2 years ago that Sulo is now using recycled packaging and manufacturing new bins, and that's good. I'm aware that Sulo make bins for FOGO schemes, food organics and garden organics as well. Maybe some food for thought for this LNP council. We're seeing $3.37 million for Lindum Rail Crossing Early Works, the Energex transmission relocation, a well overdue project that could never get done under the coalition government and an LNP council. We could never see the LNP council work with their LNP counterparts at a federal level to actually get that project off the ground. And another issue exploited for political finger pointing until the very end, when we finally had a local Labor MP win that seat in Bonacaracook and actually get on with that job. So on clause B, so an underwhelming set of contracts, I guess, in item A before us today. Maybe not the LNP's finest work in the recess for that one. On clause B, we support the important role, as we've always said, of an independent audit committee, and strong audit oversight is essential to transparent, accountable and well-managed council administrations. The Audit Committee should provide genuine scrutiny of Council's finances, internal controls, major projects, cybersecurity, fraud risks and governance arrangements, but this report gives councillors very little to work with. and it's less than ever. And this is exactly what the LNP wants, because we can now no longer call the file, right? And understand what those recommendations were and what council is doing to address them. So before the LNP Lord Mayor lobbied the LNP state government to bring in these new secrecy regimes here in Brisbane City Council, we at least had the ability, after the fact, mind you, after this meeting had occurred, to understand what council was doing to make sure it was mitigating against fraud risks and financial risks and arrangements around disaster recovery and things like that. We as councillors can no longer do that, because the Lord Mayor specifically lobbied and helped co-design an LNP state piece of legislation to block all of that access to information. So we can understand when we read through all of the problems, and they're real problems that the Audit Committee had been raising for many years. This is another element to why this LNP regime here in Council wanted to limit the ability for opposition councillors to access information. We can't call those files anymore, and this is not just some normal, ordinary process that should just go as noted. No. We are responsible collectively for this council operating appropriately, and the LNP fiddling around with that. The major amendment, item C, before us today, as we said in March this year, the changes we believe largely are in line with the market and what is happening in industrial land, and it does make sense. But boy, this has been a long-winded timeline. It's an initiative based off a strategy that was signed and delivered by the Lord Mayor and Councillor Allen 4 years ago, back in 2022. The council needs to identify land for what this city voted for in 2025, of course, a future made in Australia. And there's lots of zoning changes from industrial C to B, which will change the types of industry that can go into an area, but also means the buildings can now be closer to the borders of those parcels of land and residential land as well. For example, the current industry C zoning means the precinct needs to be 500 to 1,500 metres from residential land, but the newly appointed Zone B means it only has to be 250 to 500 metres. That's because of the types of industry that are of a lower impact, generally speaking. Manufacturing in Brisbane has changed, of course. There's now no longer any Holden Geminis being built out at Acacia Ridge. But there just aren't as many as we know, big, loud, heavy industries in those areas. But what was once an area for steel fabrication now may be a family printing business or a kitchen display room or something like that. So we see changes to allow more parcels of land to be kept for drainage environmental impact reasons, which is a good thing and something we do support. Another important step to protect land around these precincts, and it means that more of these jobs can stay local and closer to home when we have governments who are actually interested in supporting them. Moving forward, we need to think about providing appropriate infrastructure, including public and active transport links as well, so workers can get to and from work by means other than private transport. And we know when we have a council, the LNP regime we have here, who fail to plan for that future growth, and whether that's future growth in employment in these places or residential growth as well, and not invest in the public and active transport we need, we see a city that is crippled by congestion, like Brisbane is today, where we have 4 different peak hours every single day now. So it is critical that we get this planning right. We already know that 2/3 of all commutes in Brisbane are suburb to suburb, rather than just from suburb into the CBD and out again. And this is a prime example where people might live in the outer suburbs of Brisbane, might live beyond the suburbs of Brisbane and need to travel to Rocklea or Acacia Ridge, for instance, for their job, or out of Karawatha, or live in Logan, transfer through Brisbane to get to an industrial area in Virginia, for instance. That's not a route that goes on the metro buses down the busway into the city and back out, is it? And those Southside services were cut. So there's a serious missing piece in what we are discussing here today about how we move people around and between these precincts as well. There's a couple that are of note in my ward, and I know other councillors will speak about theirs. In Robinson Road, East Geebung, which is going from from Industry C to Open Space Local Zone Precinct, and Northumbria Road and several addresses along Sandgate Road, Boondall, to affect a proximity to nearby existing high-impact industry, and those two make sense to me. As I said, largely speaking, we're supportive of this and protecting what are employment-generating zones in industrial areas of Brisbane. But there is plenty more work to be done on this, and this should just be seen not just at the end of a 4-year road, but a step along a bigger pathway to making sure we tackle congestion in every part of Brisbane.
Further speakers, Councillor Gibney.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to speak on item A, contract 14, Lyndham Crossing Early Works. And I have to say that this is one of the projects that I have been really looking forward to speaking about. After decades of discussion, advocacy and anticipation, it is genuinely exciting to see the Lyndham level crossing upgrade move to its next phase. This is a project that our community has been calling for many, many years. And Brisbane City Council is incredibly proud to be delivering this critical safety upgrade for the Bayside. I know my neighbouring ward councillor, Councillor Atwood, also shares my excitement. While the crossing sits on the boundary of our wards, the benefits will be felt right across the eastern suburbs. This is one of those projects where politics should take a back seat because it's one everyone wants to see done. It's the commuters, it's the students travelling to school. They all want to see everybody getting through Lyndham safely. Today's contract for the Energex transmission relocation works might sound like early enabling works, but it represents something so much bigger. It represents progress. Residents have been waiting a very long time to see machinery on site, and these works mark the beginning of transforming years of planning into reality. As many would be aware, the former federal member of Bonner, Ross Faster, secured Commonwealth commitment to progress this important project. Well done. For some time, the former state government, Labor state government, held this project up in the former Minister Mark Bailey's Transport Department. More recently, the federal Labor government held back the final $65 million in funding required. But I'm pleased that both these issues have now been resolved. The Crisafulli government has come to the table. Alongside
one
Brisbane...
moment. Sorry, Councillor Gibney, to interrupt you. Councillor Collier, the whole chamber was quiet while Councillor Cassidy was on his feet speaking for longer than 5 minutes. Please be quiet while another councillor is having their turn. Councillor Gibney.
The Crisafulli government has come to the table and alongside Brisbane City Council and the Australian government to help deliver these vital works. Now that we have all three levels of government aligned and working together to get this project done, the buck passing has stopped with us. And I would like to sincerely thank Councillor Ryan Murphy and previous Chair Councillor Andrew Wines and Tom, Andrea and the Council project team for their dedication in progressing this project. Their work behind the scenes has brought us to this important milestone. This project follows extensive design work and community consultation undertaken in 2024 and 2025. With the accessibility upgrade at Lyndham Station recently completed, Energex has now commenced relocating critical underground electrical infrastructure, an essential step before major construction can begin in 2027. I'm pleased to hear that the Energex works are progressing well, and the importance of this project cannot be overstated. For many years, the Lyndham Crossing has been recognised as one of Brisbane's most challenging and complex level crossings, largely due to the acute angles at which the roads approach the railway line. It has unfortunately been the site of multiple serious incidents, including 2 tragic fatalities. And countless residents have spoken about their concerns regarding both safety and congestion. Anyone who has sat at those boom gates during the morning or afternoon peak periods understands that frustration. But more importantly, they understand the risks. Once complete, The upgrade will deliver far more than simply reducing delays. It will realign the crossing to improve visibility and safety, reduce approach speeds, introduce new traffic signals on both sides of the rail corridor, and fully integrating with the Queensland Rail boom gates, and significantly improve connections for pedestrians and cyclists through a new shared pathway and signalised crossings. These improvements are about creating a safer and more connected community for everyone, whether they're driving, catching the train, walking to school or riding their bike. Projects of this scale require careful coordination between Council, Energex, Queensland Rail and the Queensland and Australian governments, and they don't happen overnight. But today's contract is another important milestone along that journey. Now we can confidently say to the community, the work has begun. Early works are underway, construction tendering will follow and major construction is scheduled to commence in 2027. Chair, I am proud that Brisbane City Council is delivering this project in partnership with the Queensland and Australian governments. It demonstrates what can be achieved when all three levels of government work together. This project has been talked about for decades. Today, we're no longer talking about it, we're delivering it. And I commend item A, contract 14, to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Before I begin, could I please ask that all items are taken seriatim for voting? Thank you. I would just like to respond to the Lord Mayor's comments earlier in ENC, and the sinister Schrinner administration have made one big, grave mistake by pretending that the LNP support affordable housing, even though their LNP colleagues scrapped 10,000 affordable homes. Just 1 hour ago, if you look up the news right now, a billionaire's wife has applied to council to build a home on a lot. Now, isn't that funny? Because not only do the LNP not follow through with mandates for developers to build affordable housing, but just 1 hour ago there was an article published for a Brisbane resident who's applying to build a home, a billionaire who's doing this right now. And that same lot, before they acquired another one, has already been approved by this council. And isn't it interesting that when you look at the connection to this person, they have something to do with BMI Group. Now, Councillor Griffiths, do you know a little bit about BMI Group? Do you have something to say about that?
I know a lot about the BMI Group.
He knows a lot. I wonder why, because I think it has something to do with property developer donations.
Kim, this is not actually in the report, so if you can come back to the report, that would be great. Thank you.
If that is okay.
Councillor Kim, can you come back to the report?
Well, the Lord Mayor spent 90% of his time talking about the Labor state government.
Councillor Kim, you have been in this chamber long enough to know what happens and how this all works, and I asked you to come back to the report.
I have been in this chamber long enough to know that the LNP Council continue to make up the narrative. They are completely false when they say that they support affordable housing. The Labor state government in 2023, they passed a bill which allows councils, it makes the councils make sure that developers build affordable housing. Now, I wonder if we've checked with this LNP Council's track record how much they've done that. I wonder if the Lord Mayor can get up here or walk down Queen Street right now, see all the people sleeping on the streets and tell them that he's helping them right now.
It's all fixed.
It's shameful. Now, it's interesting that the chair here, who's reprimanding myself, as well as all of the residents in Callumvale Ward, it's interesting that she can't front up to the fact that while we were sitting here today, I just got an email from a resident who said, why are my rates in Algester increased by 20% under this council administration?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Parry.
Madam Chair, I understand the Lord Mayor can speak around the world. The opposition leader can. Councillor Kim's not the opposition leader yet. I think she should probably stick to the report.
Thank you, Councillor Parry. I have asked, I have reminded Councillor Kim of that, and I have actually asked her to come back to the report. Councillor Cassidy has already had his turn, so Councillor, if you can, like Councillor Givney did, speak on something in the report, please go ahead.
Well, there is no time to be played for petty politics, especially given $142 are being increased to this residents' bill this quarter. They have told us their concerns with cost of living, which this contract does not address. There are graveyards right now being ripped apart by trees.
Councillor.
Does this contract address that?
Again, we are here to discuss certain items which are in this, and you should have familiarised yourself with it before you came into the chamber to know what you can talk about. And so
the LNP should familiarise themselves with Lutwyche, Toowong, South Brisbane.
I am suggesting to you, first of all, not to speak while I'm speaking. And I do consider you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, and I request you to stop ignoring what I'm asking you to do. Councillor, I've told you this so many times. General business is where you can raise other things and talk around the world. Not during the meeting. You speak on the items that have been provided to you long before this meeting, and I ask you to either come back to this. If I have to speak to you again, I will have to formally reprimand you. Come back to what is on the agenda.
So the LNP can't confirm why they can't answer these questions because that's all the work they've done over the last 2 months. Yeah. Is that what they're saying here today? Yeah. Over the last 2 months, this is all they can produce.
Yeah.
What about bus driver safety? What about all of our workers on ferries?
Councillor, as you have failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor Collier. To take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. Councillor Collier. I consider you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I request you to stop calling out and speaking while I am speaking. Councillor Kim.
Chair, with the 45 seconds that I have left, it's clearly not enough time to recite the number of residents that have contacted both myself, the opposition, with several stories verifying claims that the Lord Mayor indeed cannot confirm that 3.9% is how much they've increased rates by. I mean, he embarrassed himself on radio this morning. Craig.
Councillor Kim. I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct. And in accordance with section 21(3) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, make an order under section 21(8) directly. I hereby make an order reprimanding you for your conduct. Your conduct and this reprimand will be noted in the minutes of this meeting. And may I remind you that it is how you choose to spend your 5 minutes, and that you have 5 minutes in general business in which to raise these issues. Councillor Kim.
The residents of Calambar Ward choose to spend this 5 minutes to tell the Lord Mayor that they are struggling during a cost of living crisis, and this council administration is not doing anything.
Further speakers. Councillor Howard.
Howard? Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A of the E&C report. The contracts and tendering report for May 2026 includes 2 contracts that relate to community and the arts services. These are contract numbers CW 27129 and PR 89864, both of which are for our pools. Council manages 22 swimming pools across Brisbane, and we know how much our residents love these facilities, which is why we've invested in them. Since 2019, more than $45 million has been invested in council's pools. Across our aquatic network, we've undertaken major redevelopments, pool refurbishments and accessibility improvements. One of the most important components to any work we undertake, however, is ensuring that we're we're improving the longevity of the asset itself. Everybody wants pool upgrades, Chair, and it's important that upgrades can stand the test of time and be enjoyed for generations to come. The contracts before us today relate to pools help ensure that remains the case. They help us future-proof our aquatic network so that it remains safe, accessible and fit for purpose for decades to come. And Madam Chair, on that note, I recommend this item to the Chamber.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adderman that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, B and C if I do have enough time. The first thing I want to discuss in relation to item A is the fact that the majority of these contracts, 11 of 14, were approved by the 18th of May. The 18th of May being over 2 months ago. Yeah. And noting the fact that we actually had 5 other chambers sittings after. The question, of course, rises, these are all approved and accepted by delegates of council. What the ENC was doing, what was the Lord Mayor doing? Because it certainly wasn't convening to bring these contracts into chamber. It certainly wasn't looking to create transparency or debate, noting that there were sittings not only on the 18th, but all the way to the 16th of June before we sat for budgets. And so, look, this just to me is a continuation of a council that refuses to walk the walk when it talks about transparency and accountability in the chambers. We're here in August in the first sitting, and during the winter recess, this was the only way that the contracts could be approved by delegate, noting how many actual other seatings we had in chambers to approve this had the ENC and the Lord Mayor actually done their job and met. Had they done their job and actually met. A complete continuation of the fact that this council, the LNP council and the Lord Mayor, absolutely not actually believe in bringing anything into the chamber, and also potentially not even doing the work that they're supposed to do to bring these contracts to the chamber. It's super important to first get that down on the record. When we look through these contracts that were approved by delegates, there's a couple of things that are interesting. The first one being, of course, the pool upgrades program, which is, we absolutely have to upgrade pools now that 1,100 people approximately per day don't have a pool to go to soon, since Centenary Pool is about to be closed down.
Yep. And QUT Kelvin Grove.
And QUT Kelvin Grove. Thank you, I'll take that into section. We've got to upgrade our pools because this council has again, this council is closing pools. This council is giving our public assets, giving away our public assets. So while I'm supportive of pool upgrades, it's incredible that it's only now in August 2026 that we're talking about structural assessments for aquatic centres. The aquatic centres that are going to have to take in, especially, as we move to summer, and again, the very successful $2 dips, which I've said previously, are going to have to take in more than 1,100 more patrons per day. That's the 22 pools across Brisbane City Council of all different structural assessments. Other things to note within the contracts that I believe are really important is the fact that approximately 3 contracts just had 1 tenderer. This is not a competitive tender process. The whole point of the tender process is apparently to get the best value, and yet we're actually receiving contracts that number in the millions that do not have more than 1 tenderer. Another thing that I'll also highlight, again, is the fact that these contracts, 11 out of 14, were confirmed in May. If the council and the Lord Mayor aren't doing work as a part of the ENC committee, then what are they doing? When should we expect contracts? Should we get in a position that this council that apparently wants accountability, robust debate and assessments, should we expect contracts for August that have happened to happen maybe next August? I just paused because of an interjection. I didn't quite hear you, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Somebody who interrupted many councillors today. It's not necessary. Continue.
I was curious to hear what the interjection was.
Further speakers. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item A today, contracts and tendering. And my interjection was that the August contracts will come in September, October, because that is what has always happened in this place. And I've been here now nearly 19 years. Yeah. Cabinet does not sign off on these contracts. Cabinet, for noting, gets the projects and the contracts that have been signed off by the Strategic Procurement Board in Council. We hear Councillor Griffiths, through you, Madam Chair, screaming corruption across the chamber, but now we're told that you want Cabinet to decide on the contracts. Well, you can't have it either way. But it has been practice in this place since Moses was a boy that contracts come through procurement. They are for noting in E&C. This is not a recess thing. And I'm very concerned that Councillor Massey has just decided this is an issue when she's been here for her entire time as well.
Point of order. Misrepresentation. I don't know if you were listening to me.
No, Councillor, you haven't been misquoted, I don't believe. Don't uphold that. Councillor Adams.
Well, I'll almost take that intersection because it was nearly incoherent.
One moment, please.
So I'm not surprised.
One moment, please, Councillor.
I would just like to have an understanding on the ruling.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I would just like to have an understanding on the ruling because throughout my speech I actually talked about the delegation of council contracts. I didn't say anything about E&C being the decision maker. I said that E&C there was multiple council meetings and E&C did not meet throughout June to bring these contracts that were approved by delegation, which is what I said,
Councillor,
to chambers. So
you said quite a bit, and it was anyway. Look, I'll let you have your point of misrepresentation. Not now. Wait until Councillor Adams has finished, and then you can try and clarify. Councillor Adams.
Yeah, well, the May delegations came to Cabinet during recess, the soonest that they get to Cabinet, and they have come to the first meeting immediately preceding whenever they came to Cabinet. That's how it works. And because Cabinet works through the recess, you have delegated submissions that have come here today. Councillor Massey is very, very confused, Madam Chair, but they have never been coming late. They always come after the fact and they're noted by Cabinet. But what I wanted to speak about today is actually one of the contracts in there for the Whites Hill Reserve as well, which we're very excited. Can I say very excited that it's finished, because I have never had so many phone calls about a park being closed as the Whites Hill Playground. People were distraught. It's then that you realise how many people rely on this fantastic park for their local parties, their christenings, their family get-togethers, their weekend away from home and escaping into a fantastic playground. This is a beautiful big access and inclusion playground that was installed after our access and inclusion plan. The first one of any council government in Australia was introduced in 2011. It was delivered by the then very, very good local councillor, Councillor Adrian Schrinner in the Chandler ward. And it has been extremely popular ever since, but it has been so extremely popular that it actually really did need the replacement of the softball and the bark. And as you can imagine, in a large park, the removal of the softball and the bark took as much time as it did to get the softball and the bark back down again. So thank you very much for the team for getting this done over May. Probably a contract that was given in February and came to council in April, but we're quite happy with that because that's how this process works. It is open again, I'm very glad to see. And this is an area that is much beloved by our local areas. And I can say, even though it's in my ward, it is very much shared by a lot of the local residents right around the southeast suburbs, but in particular the Coorparoo ward. Deputy Mayor, through you, Madam Chair, as we are boundary runners on either side of it and literally Boundary Road as well. So this is a much-loved rec reserve. I want to thank the team for the work that they've done here. They look after it very, very well. The VMS signs are out to protect our koalas as they travel down Boundary and across Boundary Road and around Whites Hill as well. And I had the extreme pleasure on Friday morning of joining over 100 of the team and the workers and the supporters of the ARIA group that planted over 3,500 plants beside the dam at Whites Hill and paid for another 6,000 to go up on top of the hill at Whites Hill Rec Reserve. So the people that were going on their walk in that morning, they actually came up to me and said, this is looking fantastic. You've got the plantings happening, the playground's looking great, all of the koala infrastructure on Boundary Road is a much beloved place, and I commend not only this project to the Chamber, but the contracts and tendering and the process. Thank you.
Councillor Massey, what words were you misquoted on from your former speech?
I believe the statement was that, through you, Chair, Councillor Krista Adams stated that there was not only confusion, that they suggested that I did not understand that these contracts were delegated. Which
What words,
I stated,
though, Councillor? How were you misquoted?
Councillor Massey is very confused without understanding.
So you weren't misquoted?
That's
No,
not...
that is what a point of misrepresentation is, Councillor. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
A point of order, from my understanding, is, and when you said misrepresentation, so can I just grab an understanding on this statement, that a point of order, the Chair can then ask which exact words? When I stated that the misrepresentation was, through you, Chair, Councillor Adams, stating very clearly that I didn't understand that these were accepted by delegation, and that I didn't understand what E&C's job was.
If you have a look at...
That's misrepresenting my speech.
No, that's a misrepresentation. Just one moment.
Because of course it's not like E&C meet every week.
52.1.
Yeah?
Yes, and every week I have to explain to people what it is actually about. A councillor may, with the permission of the chair, make a personal explanation in relation to some material part of the councillor's former speech made during the course of the current meeting which the council considers may have been misunderstood or misrepresented. And that is why we always say, well, you haven't spoken during the meeting, like a question is not relevant, you know, etc. So if you believe that your word was, your speech was misheard or misquoted, then yes, certainly.
And so, Chair, the fact that Councillor Adams, through you, stated that I didn't understand, even though I quoted, that the reports were accepted by the delegation of council, and that I didn't state that E&C approved the reports, and then proceeded to say that I didn't understand E&C, and now was stating that E&C should be approving this contract.
Look,
that's a misrepresentation.
I allowed you to give your explanation. You've given it.
I haven't.
Thank you.
Literally just said...
No, Councillor, we've heard it.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
As I was going up to state my misrepresentation, what you said, and it is on the record, what were the words that were misrepresented? There was no explanation of the misrepresentation.
And that's what you're getting up to do, is say that you were misunderstood, and you are correcting that for the record. And you have done that. Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I want to speak on items A and B. The contracts and tendering in regards to the maintenance of pools in the sums of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, maintenance is very important with pools, obviously. I know I've owned a pool for probably the best part of my adult life, and I tell you what, I've sunk a lot of money in that pool and those pools, and so I understand the maintenance aspect. But you know, we haven't built a new pool in this city since Parkinson in 2016. And we've just been told, of course, the Centenary Pool's closing down, and then the councillor for Paddington Ward said she's aware of another one that's being closed. So what is this council doing? I mean, we're doing the maintenance, that's good, but why are we closing these pools down? And I hope we're not going to claim the Aqua Centre, or the what do they call it, the Aquatic Centre, at Victoria Park as one of our builds, you know, when it opens up. I'm sure the state government will have a few words to say about that one, right? But anyways, I just think it's so important that all wards should have a pool and to be able to take advantage of the $2 splashes. You know, they were a great initiative, like the 50-cent fares. It was a really good initiative, and of course the Lord Mayor keeps going on about them, which is good, to get people into the pools, because they do need to be used and used well, right? We spent $46 million doing the maintenance since 2019, we were told, right? Which is a lot of money. I know the Parkinson pool cost about $18 million to build, so I don't know what a new pool would be now, probably $20, $25 million, but we really just need to, I mean, my ward has been crying out for a pool for as long as I can remember, probably for the last 25 years, and we just keep getting ignored, and they get built elsewhere when they're being built. Anyways, moving on to item B. Moving on to item B, looking through the audit report, the item that sort of popped out to me when I was looking through that, not that there's a lot of information in the audits, to summarize anything, but that survey, you know, the staff survey that we undertake supposedly every 2 years. The last time that information on one of those surveys was released was in 2018, and it was leaked from the 17 report, and it was written up by Queensland Times. And it was really interesting to understand the questions that they were asking on this survey, and I'm sure a lot of these questions are current to the particular survey that was talked about in the audit report, right? Now, you would be probably surprised to know that only half of the employees in the last survey that we know of were inspired to do a really good job each day when they go to work. Only half were inspired, right? And you think, I wonder what that is now. I wonder what the percentage is now. Is it more or is it less? We should know these things. I mean, these are the people that we deal with on a daily basis, right? Or our staff deal with on a daily basis. And it would be nice. And the other thing, too, which is quite surprising, is that we have not been, my team hasn't been surveyed in regards to that survey that we put out every 2 years. Now, I understand probably my political advisor or my advisor probably wouldn't necessarily receive the survey, but the others are employed by council, and you think they should have the opportunity to voice their opinion on this survey. But we haven't, and we've gone back and checked emails going back for the last 4 surveys, just to double check to make sure that we haven't received, and we keep all the emails, by the way, and there's just nothing there, which is really up, you know, it's just not right, right? In any form, it's just not right. One of the other questions that really jumped out at me as well, it said that they were asking about career opportunities, right? What do you think about the career opportunities with council? And 60% said that there wasn't enough career opportunity in council. That's terrible. That's a terrible result, right? Only 40% thought there was, right? Now, I think from memory there was about 10
Strunk,
questions.
your time has expired.
Okay.
Further speakers?
Sure.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to contribute to the debate on item A, and if I have enough time, item B as well. And I'm pleased to update the chamber and make sure that they understand that there is in fact absolutely no conspiracy when in fact it comes to item A, because we are considering the May 2026 contracts and tendering report at the same meeting, the very same meeting of the schedule that we were considering the May 2025 contracts and tendering report. There is no conspiracy here. There is no timing sort of, conspiracy that Councillor Massey seems to think there are, or that there is. So, look, I just wanted to assure the chamber there is certainly no conspiracy from Councillor Massey, and she could
Point of order. Misrepresentation. No mention of conspiracy from me.
I'll note your misrep. Deputy Mayor.
So, moving on, Madam Chair. In May alone, 100% of council's contracts were awarded to local suppliers. Local suppliers, that is, with local officers, despite what other councillors have said in this place. It bringing the total spending with Brisbane businesses in the 11 months to the 31st of May to over 86% of all our Brisbane City Council contracts. This combined, they total $1.07 billion invested in local businesses in Brisbane and in South East Queensland. We know that small businesses are the backbone of Brisbane's economy, and with more than 130,000 small businesses providing local goods and services across the city, we want to make sure that Brisbane continues to be Australia's most small business-friendly city. So we'll continue to support small businesses through business-friendly payment terms, sustainable capacity building, creating opportunities for involvement in council procurement activities, and making it easier to do business with council. We also continue to enhance small business capability through increased awareness of council's procurement opportunities, and also simplifying our procurement processes and tender specifications and those requirements wherever practical. And through the Brisbane Legacy Plan, Brisbane Beyond the Games, launched by the Lord Mayor just a few weeks ago, we're driving a stronger local economy where Brisbane businesses will be able to leverage the Games to grow, innovate and create more jobs. This is a clear reflection of the Lord Mayor's vision and the commitment, together with the hard work of Brisbane's businesses. Today's report shows our continued investment in the services that matter, including, which is one of my favourite, called out by Councillor Adams earlier, the Whites Hill Reserve Playground, timely response to the collection of dead animals, our pool upgrade works, and the only people to close a pool in this place, in this council, was in fact the Australian Labor Party when they closed the Toowong pool. What we're seeing with the Centenary pool is the completion of a national aquatic centre with 3 additional pools for the people of Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. One moment. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Would the Finance Chair take a question about how many buildings she's closed?
No, not the question. Thank you. You're asking
how many
whether
buildings she's
Deputy
tried to
Mayor,
sell
do you
off?
want to take a question?
Oh, that's with the CCC, is it?
My understanding...
Hang on, sorry. So, one moment. Microphone. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Just saying.
Thank you for your contribution, but you should just have asked, would she take a question? Thank you. I think you know that, but anyway, I'll just remind you. Deputy Mayor, sorry about the interruption. Please
Thanks, Madam
proceed.
Chair. Only the Schrinner Council and these councillors on this side of the chamber are committed to ensuring that the money council spends in Brisbane creates jobs, strengthens our local capability and delivers real improvements in every single corner of our city. On item B, this is the report of the Audit Committee meeting. As the Lord Mayor mentioned earlier, the Audit Committee operates independently and free from any political interference or the presence of councillors. Minutes which are provided to the chamber every time the committee meets. 4 reports of the committee come through these chambers each and every single year, Madam Chair. But then at the same time we hear them say there's no information provided in this place. So let me say this, Madam Chair, it would be far greater concern if there were no issues that were identified by our Audit Committee. We receive frank and fearless advice, and that's exactly how it should be. Madam Chair, we have a rigorous audit program in the city with independent oversight through the Audit Committee, but also through the Queensland Audit Office. The Audit Committee comprises of 4 independent members appointed through an external recruitment process. The internal audit process brings a systematic, disciplined and risk-based approach to evaluate and to improve the effectiveness of our processes here at Brisbane City Council. They may say there's nothing in the minutes, but as we know,
The opposition's strengths are certainly not in the interpretation and reading of reports, because from my close reading of the minutes, I've counted a broad range of topics for discussion which have all been noted. So as per usual, I'm unsure what report those opposite continue to read and speak about, and I commend these items to the chamber.
Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I stated the contracts these contracts were done in May and brought to us in August. Through you, Chair, Councillor Adams stated that August contracts would be in by September or October, but here we are in August, and so it is fact that we were sitting in June and there were no contracts brought to us for May. There's no conspiracy in that. There's no statements of a conspiracy in that, noting that I expect contracts from August to be in September then.
Okay. Further speakers. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And upon reflecting on these three items before us today, I guess my question to the Deputy Mayor is this, through you, Chair. If you have nothing to hide, why won't you be transparent? Why is this LNP Council continuing week after week, year after year, to restrict access to information by the general public, by all councillors in this place who constitute the council? Why have they got so much to hide?
He doesn't even know that minutes aren't a report.
Yes, and I'll take that interjection from Councillor Cassidy. The Deputy Mayor chose not to share with this place that minutes do not constitute a full report. A full report. So whilst it's all well and good to say we're super transparent, they are just words. They are just words. And the only way to be transparent is by providing all of the information. But that's what we've come to expect from this LNP regime, whether it's talking about the contracts or the report of the audit committee, which is just really the minutes, or anything else really that comes through this place. The small amount of work that the ENC, that Civic Cabinet do over an 8-week period.
Long time.
We don't even know, because they won't be transparent, because after 23 years they have so much to hide. So much to hide that they change the rules. They restrict access to information. And what does this tell the people of Brisbane? That they are desperate to hide information because they don't want people to know. They don't want people to know what the details are of the audit committee meeting. They don't want people to know more information about the contracts. They certainly don't want people to know about how they're making decisions, about how they're spending the people of Brisbane's money. Definitely not. So that's my reflections upon this council, this LNP council, after 23 years of budgets. And so with that, I would like to move that the motion currently lying on the table comes off the table for debate, that this council commits to gender-responsive budgeting and publishes a women's budget statement from the 2026-27 budget.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Cassidy, that the motion from the 19th of May 2026 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. That motion is lost.
Why?
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 17 against.
That is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Please resume your seats, councillors. Further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause A, report of contracts accepted by delegates of Council for May 2026, and just wanted to speak to the pool upgrade program as well and really highlight that my community are grieving and they're also very angry and upset and I support and understand why they're feeling this way. We have the Centenary Pool will be closed on the 1st of September, and on the very same day they're also going to be closing the QT Kelvin Grove pool as well. So 2 pools gone. And I just hope this LNP Council are thinking about what that means for the community of the Paddington Ward and also the Central Ward and other wards surrounding, because there's only 2, there's a Newmarket pool, there's the Ithaca pool, and it's tiny, and there's also the beautiful, cute Spring Hill pool as well. But how are you going to accommodate all these swimmers that are going to be left without a pool? So sorry? Yeah, it's for 6 years. I'll take that interjection, Councillor Johnston. And also I just want to say that the council built the Centenary Pool in 1959 and now willingly giving up to, look, we don't even know whether it's going to be a public pool after the Olympics. We haven't been given that information, so that, again, no transparency on that from Geica or our Premier, Crisafulli. So, look, we know that we need pools in our community. They provide community connection, healing, recreational sport. They provide a place to cool off and exercise. So we need our pools. And I also want to highlight that the 50-cent swim dips is a fantastic initiative. I think they should be free, actually, for the community to enjoy. But I just wanted to highlight in this Chambers where we're at in the Paddington Ward, and that their community are upset and they are enraged and grieving 2 pools and Victoria Park, Butterman as well, which is another space for the community to come together and to heal and play in our beautiful park. So just again, 2 pools gone, and where are we at? So I hope that the Lord Mayor, through the Chair, and all the councillors are thinking about where we go next with pools, and that and I know that over in the Indooroopilly Way they need a pool as well. So we need further investment in pools. Thank you very much.
Further speakers, Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on E&C. Item A, the winter recess report of contracts accepted by delegates of council for May 2026. Just to rebut Councillor Chong Wah there, she spoke about her community grieving. I accept her at face value for that, but what was happening is, prior to this decision around delivering a National Aquatic Centre and moving Brisbane Stadium to Victoria Park, the whole city was grieving because we were going to have the Summer Games at QSAC, at Nathan, at QE2 Stadium, and it had become an international embarrassment and debacle, and it was going to be a really, really bad day in 2032 for Brisbane. So, we understand there are, there's some trade-offs with the decisions that have been made, but we back the Crisafulli government's decision to review the Games venues and the decisions that they've made since.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
You made it very clear to Councillor Kim that she could not possibly stray from the report. You even warned her for doing so. Councillor, wrote her in the book. Councillor Murphy is not speaking to the report. Are you going to caution, warn or note him in the records?
Councillor Murphy is talking about pools. Councillor, I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Murphy.
It's all right, Madam Chair. I'll wrap it up there. I think the
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Murphy. Councillor
The
Johnston,
Queensland
I haven't
State
called you yet, Councillor.
Athletics Centre. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnston, your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that you are grossly mistaken. Thank you for calling me, Madam Chair. I believe you are grossly mistaken. The Queensland State Athletics Centre at Mount Gravatt is not a council pool, and that is not relevant to the report before us today.
Thanks, Councillor. You're repeating a point of order that I already have addressed and
Madam
told
Chairman,
you it is not a point
Madam
of order.
Chairman,
No, Councillor.
I am raising my point of order that you have provided false information to the chamber
Councillor.
by saying Councillor Murphy's speaking about pools when he's speaking about the Queensland Athletics
Again,
Centre.
let me be clear. I do not uphold your point of order. Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for not making the ruling that we can't engage with the debate when the opposition says something and we respond to it. That's what this place is for, engaging in debate where we actually engage with each other's ideas and talk about them. But that's all right. I understand Councillor Johnston doesn't want me to do that. So, look, I want to focus on 5 contracts here within the infrastructure portfolio. I'll run through them fairly quickly. Contract 10, this is an exciting one for me, the supply and delivery of 4 electric buggies. These ones, they keep our team moving as they move safely and quickly around the Story Bridge and the depot. So that's what these buggies are for. That's where they'll be used. The old buggies that we had there came from GH Varley. They've since ceased selling these models, Madam Chair, much like the bridge itself, approaching obsolescence. So these new buggies will help to keep our teams equipped and safe without the wear and tear of manual handling around the bridge structure. This contract also covers the charging infrastructure we need for the vehicles. Contract 11, one very close to my heart, Madam Chair, herbicide application. This is a contract with Technigro. This company delivered the lowest price and the highest value for money of any of the tenderers. We maintain more than 5,000 kilometres of footpath, more than 12,000 kilometres of road and bikeways. All of this is treated multiple times a year to ensure they are kept free of weeds, and winter is our killing season, Madam Chair, so we are out there now spraying in force, so those weeds that have cropped up during the big downpour will be killed and dispatched efficiently and effectively. Our own crews work alongside Technigro to make sure every footpath, bikeway and curb receives the spray that it deserves. Contract 12, this is engaging BDO for a strategic needs assessment on the City Ridge Boardwalk. The Lord Mayor covered off on this well and truly earlier, a 1.3 kilometre long riverfront link between Howard Smith Wharves and the City Botanic Garden, one that's used by thousands of residents every single day to scoot, to ride and to walk to and from work and get around our city. Much loved, but ageing and flood exposed, a number of different interfaces with private assets, public assets, and we need to do the work for a long-term asset management plan there to make sure that that City Reach waterfront and boardwalk can function for decades to come. Contract 13 is our TRUs, our traffic response units. These are delivered on the ground by RACQ on behalf of Council. They're based in 8 Mile Plains. They're backed by local subcontractors. Our traffic management centre coordinates all of them, whether it's state or local roads. We don't often talk about these crews, but they perform an essential service out there on our road network. They keep the busiest roads moving when there is an incident and make sure that when we have a breakdown or a freak accident like what happened with Councillor Wines' bus the other day, we can get the network moving early. Contract 14, Madam Chair, is the Lyndham Crossing upgrade, the Energex transmission early works relocation. I can report that this is proceeding extremely well and we are well ahead of schedule at the moment, which is excellent. This is the essential high voltage power relocation before we realign the intersection, install new traffic lights, sync to the railway boom and make this this level crossing safer for the tens of thousands of residents in the eastern suburbs and the Bayside who cross here every month, and where we've had a number of unfortunate safety incidences in recent years involving loss of life, unfortunately, Madam Chair. So these are a number of runs on the board for the Shrinner Council, and I'm happy to leave further debate to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the E&C Committee report and all items if I have time. But the first thing I'd like to speak about is item A. I just want to start off by saying, just because Council has been engaged in bad process over a number of years does not mean, because you did it that way last year, that it's still the right thing to do it the same way this year, which is the Deputy Mayor's explanation for why reports as old as February and as recently as May have taken until August to be publicly presented. Now, Councillor Massey was making a very good point earlier that clearly the LNP were desperate to stop her from making the point that this council is unaccountable, lacks transparency, and is committing, in the words of some very clever young people, democracide. Democracide. I mean, this council has an obligation to report on these contracts in a timely way and does not do so. It was a point. It was a, yeah. It's in black and white in there, and I know Councillor Adams stood up and had a go at Councillor Massey, and you know that she's got not much to say now. She's out the door, Councillor Griffiths. But it's a point well made that this council is not accountable. But I want to raise a few issues about the Lord Mayor. Now, the Lord Mayor's claim that contracts are being given to local companies. What does local mean? What does local mean?
Here, apparently.
No, well, local means, no, this is under our council policy. Local means anywhere in Australia. That's actually what it means. Local means pretty much, it says it should be Brisbane first, southeast corner, Queensland, but local can be anywhere in Australia. But guess what? Not only are a lot of the organisations on this list not Australian, they are global companies. So let's start with Councillor Murphy's, because, I mean, the electric golf carts sound really fun, Councillor Murphy, and I'm glad that you and the Lord Mayor are all very excited.
Through the chair, please, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. I'm through you, Madam Chairman. I am glad that Councillor Murphy and the Lord Mayor are very excited about the new electric golf carts that they're buying while the Story Bridge crumbles around them. There is, yeah, I hope there's a roof on the electric golf carts, so when the chunks of the Story Bridge keep falling off and hitting the workers, they don't get injured. But this administration does not have a plan to fix the Story Bridge, but it's okay, because their company with its head office in Melbourne, Conquest Equipment Technologies, is supplying the electric golf carts that are going to run people around the Story Bridge. How proud this administration are.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Johnston take a question?
Councillor Johnston, will you take a question from Councillor Murphy?
It's a democracy. It's a democracy. She'll take a question.
Calm down. Calm down. Councillor Johnston, will you take a question from Councillor Murphy?
Councillor Murphy does not answer my questions, Madam Chairman, and he's not going to waste my time today.
That's a no,
because
Councillor
this is a
Murphy.
disruption tactic to try and hide the fact that every single word out of his mouth and the Lord Mayor's mouth is untrue. Let's have a look at another one of these contracts, and good luck with your electric golf carts. I know that instead of spruiking that here in the chamber, you should be up at George Street trying to get money to fix the Story Bridge, but we know your mates in George Street won't give you a cent to do that, nothing in the state budget to do that. So what are they reduced to? Talking up the electric golf carts they've bought from a Melbourne company, with both of them claiming how great this is. That is what this city's been reduced to. Now, here's another good one, GHD. I'm like, GHD is a very big company. Do you know how they describe themselves? They're a global company. Yes, these people may have offices here and they employ people. I fully acknowledge that. But if you're talking about whether or not these companies are local companies, they are not. And it goes on. There are a huge list of insurance companies who are coming onto Council's panel for insurance purposes, and I can tell you now most of those are not local. Some are even based as far away as Europe. But if you listen to the fibs and the deception and the mistruths that come out of this Lord Mayor's mouth, whether it's about rates, whether it's about the lack of funding for people in Callan Vale and failure to fund projects in Callan Vale, or whether it is about
Johnston, your
which
time has
projects
expired.
are local, it's wrong.
Further speakers, Councillor Wolf.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item C, Major Amendment Package for Industry Mapping. This amendment is an important step in ensuring Brisbane's planning framework keeps pace with the changing needs of our economy while continuing to protect our community's environment and established industrial areas. Brisbane's industrial land plays a critical role in keeping our city moving. It supports jobs, supply chains, construction, food production, transport, essential services, and many businesses that residents rely on every day. However, the way industry operates is changing. We are seeing increased demand for warehousing, logistics, advanced manufacturing, and cleaner industrial uses. This amendment responds to that shift by rezoning 207 properties covering approximately 82 hectares from General Industry C to General Industry B. This is a practical and evidence-based change. It will provide greater flexibility for appropriate businesses to establish and grow while making better use of existing industrial land. It also supports the objective of Brisbane, our productive city, by ensuring our planning scheme reflects the industries Brisbane needs now and into the future. Importantly, this is not simply about opening more land for development, it's about putting the right uses in the right locations.
That's right.
The amendment also rezones 9 council-owned properties to either open space or conservation zones. These sites are already used for drainage, biodiversity protection and riparian or waterway corridors. Recognising these functions through the correct zoning provides greater certainty and ensures that planning schemes accurately reflect how these areas are used and valued. It's another important benefit is this update in the industrial amenity overlay. Existing high-impact industries need appropriate protection from the gradual encroachment of sensitive uses, such as residential development. Without these protections, established businesses can face complaints, restrictions and uncertainty, even when they have operated lawfully in an area for many years. This amendment introduces more accurate, site-specific mapping around existing high-impact industrial uses. It will better manage reverse amenity impacts and provide clearer expectations for both industry and surrounding development.
That's awesome.
At Nudgee, the overlay will also be reduced to reflect the fact that a former industrial use has ceased and that the land has since been redeveloped for housing. Again, this demonstrates that the amendment is based on current conditions rather than outdated mapping. The consultation process for this amendment was thorough and transparent, with landowners contacted directly, public notices issued, online information was made available, and residents and stakeholders were able to attend industry forums and speak directly with planners. Only 5 properly made submissions were received and no submission expressed either support or opposition to the amendment. The matters raised were considered and responded to through the consultation report. Chair, this amendment provides greater certainty for businesses, stronger protection for the industrial employment areas, more accurate environmental zoning and a planning framework better aligned with Brisbane's future economic needs. It is a sensible, balanced and forward-looking amendment, and I am pleased to support it. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I let's dip back into reality. I'd just like to speak on the Establishment Coordination Committee and speak on item A, B and C in relation to contracts, the Audit Committee itself and industry mapping. Just in relation to industry mapping, we're very supportive of this. I know I put a submission in, as a lot of areas in my communities are affected by this particular change. And they include areas in Willawong, Acacia Ridge, Rockley, Archfield, Coopers Plains, Salisbury and parts of Moorooka, and they're all parts of those suburbs. And look, I think we certainly support the need for growth, the need for jobs and the need for good industry mapping. And there is certainly a demand for locations. The other side of what isn't being spoken about here is the fact that there is industry that is being changed from industry to other uses, to residential uses or to high-rise units or whatever. So that isn't really spoken about in this report. And the other thing that isn't mentioned in this report is these areas are making us a lot of money, making our city a lot of money in infrastructure charges and in rates. I drive through Willawong and there's these massive warehouses, but we're not putting money into the infrastructure that goes alongside these businesses. So to hear the Lord Mayor hand on heart say, we look after business, is such a load of codswallop, because I just see time and again these are used as ways of making money, of pulling money out of the suburbs and the industrial areas and throwing it at the inner city. Time and time again. And I see that with Leroyd Road. When we drove down that, you can virtually fall into the holes that are in that road. It's disgusting, the state of the infrastructure that we're delivering alongside all these new jobs and this such a growth area for the city. The second point I'd like to go on to make is that there are no details, once again, of the Audit Committee. All we've got is the LNP word for it. And for 23 years, we've been getting less and less and less information. You'd almost swear that they're just running the show themselves and they actually didn't think they needed to be accountable. It really concerns me, the secrecy and the hidden ways this council is operating. And I know that residents, staff, myself, and many people in Brisbane are concerned about the lack of transparency in this organisation. I don't believe it's good for our city, I don't believe it's good for democracy, and I just don't think it's a good process. The third thing I want to speak about is Linden Open Level Crossing. And I congratulate the councillors down there for getting the open level crossing. And as you'll be aware, we had the Coopers Plains open level crossing being done too. But there's no funding in here for that. And the Chrysler LNP government have halted that project. And do I hear the Lord Mayor yelling out? No. Do I hear the councillor, the LNP councillor who's in the ward beside me yelling out and saying anything? No. There's nothing, there's silence. So while we're going on about expanding industry, we're not actually providing the infrastructure for that industry. And this is a clear piece of infrastructure that's needed for the expansion of industry to connect with the South East Freeway and the port, but it's also necessary for the Olympic Games and getting people down the coast. So once again, it's a disappointing or dismal performance from the Mayor, who can only deliver one-liners and can't actually participate in any real debate, and can't actually represent the city and represent what is good for the city. He just has these one-liners, not here again in the chamber, missing in action. Finally, I just want to pick up on Councillor Murphy's speech. It's good to hear about that weeds are such an issue for Councillor Murphy. I've got a meeting tomorrow with officers about this very issue, and I look forward to getting that sorted out with them tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to support item C, the major amendment to Brisbane City Council's plan industry mapping. This is a practical amendment that better aligns Brisbane's industrial land with business demands in our beautiful city. In the Doughboy ward, I have a lot of industrial land housing businesses from candle making to Visi, our city's recycling contractor, to Screen Queensland in the old wool stores in Hemmant. Each of these businesses are thriving and supporting our city's lifestyle, but each have different operational needs, and our city industrial zoning must adapt to suit them. This amendment includes 12 properties in Murray and 2 industries in Hemmant. These sites will move from General Industry B and helping to make more land available for cleaner industries such as warehouse, logistics and distribution. These types of businesses in Murray and Hemmant are highly sought after due to their proximity to the Gateway Motorway, the Brisbane Airport and the Port of Brisbane. And we need zoning that allows these important employment areas to respond to changing business demands and helps businesses invest and grow, which helps to grow our growing city. We can already see this modern business mix in Murray through businesses such as Dynamic Headwear, DIY Tiles, BLA Marine Equipment and so on. These businesses represent manufacturing and assembly, wholesale distribution, marine supplies, building projects, engineering and automation. This amendment does not provide automatic approval, nor does it affect existing lawful operations. What it does is provide a clearer planning pathway for businesses seeking to expand or adapt their premises, subject to the usual planning and environmental requirements. And that is why I commend this amendment to the Chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak briefly on item A and C. Specifically on item A, the awarding of the Asia Pacific City Summit contract to Carillon Conference Management. They have obviously been involved with us on this project for many years now, and as the Chamber might be aware, we are stretching out to 30 years, a 30-year history of the Asia Pacific City Summit, and it was first established in Brisbane back in 1996, and since that time it's brought together city leaders from across the region and in fact the globe, and it's also worth bearing in mind that the Asia Pacific City Summit was initiated during Jim Sawley's period as Lord Mayor. So certainly something that has a long history and is very well regarded. It gives an opportunity for cities to come together, share ideas, learn from each other and work together to develop solutions to the joint challenges that we're all facing. I would say that the conference is more than just a summit. It is really a great opportunity for organisations and delegates who attend to make some great connections, and in many cases lifelong connections with counterparts in other parts of the region and in fact the world, and that certainly was evidenced in the Asia Pacific City Summit in Dubai. The Asia Pacific City Summit has been awarded Best Conference or Congress at the 2020 Australian Event Awards, so not only is it a long-running conference, but it's also an acclaimed conference, and great to have it back in Brisbane in 2027. It is its home city, and when it comes back to Brisbane, it's always incredibly well supported. I'm sensing that with Brisbane being a host city in 2032, the 2027 APCS will be particularly well attended, and it will be great to have Carillon Conference Management helping to guide us through what will undoubtedly be probably our biggest and best Asia Pacific City Summit. Just stepping on quickly to item C, which is the major amendment industry mapping. The Lord Mayor, Councillor Wolf and Councillor Atwood have spoken quite extensively on this one and made a lot of very important points. But I am appreciative of both Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Griffiths' general support for this mapping and this amendment. It is something we need to be dynamic. We need to acknowledge that the face of industry is changing rapidly, as is the city at large, and we need to be responsive to those changes and ensure that we provide sites around the city that support the industry and the jobs of the future. And that's exactly what we're doing with this. Everybody's quite conscious of the fact that the old sort of Industry C style industry is to some extent diminishing or moving to different locations, and that opens up opportunities for us to support like cleaner industries, logistics, technology and what have you. So it's a good changes. It is across a lot of our key industrial precincts around the city. It captures 82 hectares across, as I mentioned, key areas, the northern industrial area, the Australian Trade Coast and the southwest industrial gateway. So widespread across the city. It is something that is probably long overdue. I certainly hear a lot from industry chasing sites where they can establish distribution and logistics style operations. A lot of those opportunities sometimes go to the region. We do need to recognise in the context of industry that we exist in a region, a very vibrant region, but nonetheless we need to respond in a way that makes industry in Brisbane supported, and I commend this item to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Lord Mayor, right of reply? No. We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Called by Councillor Collier, seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee decisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting as delegate during the Council Winter Recess 2026 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as delegate of the Council during the Winter Recess 2026 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. This item relates to motions that we've put up for debate at the LGAQ annual conference. And so these relate, there's 5 matters that we put forward for consideration. The LGAQ conference is attended by 2 official delegates of the Brisbane City Council who exercise Council's voting entitlement on the motions debated, giving our Council a direct influence over the sector's shared advocacy priorities on issues like cost shifting, road funding, and various other matters, some of them big, some of them small, but important nonetheless. So the delegate of Council selected to attend the LGAQ conference is Councillor Huang, and I'll go through the first motion, the 5 motions, just to talk about the rationale behind them. The first motion seeks to enable authorised entities, including local governments, to provide victims with timely access to key information relating to the offending dog where there's a dog attack, something we are currently prohibited from doing under state government legislation. And so what happens at the current time is that when we're investigating a dog attack, privacy requirements often cause a great deal of frustration for someone who has been involved or aware of this attack, and because, you know, sometimes this relates to neighbours who know each other, and, you know, this is quite a regular situation, and going into great detail about the investigation often breaches those privacy requirements that exist. But having said that, there's a certain requirement on us as well to let people know that an investigation is happening without breaching those requirements. And so this is about making sure that we can provide residents with information relevant to the investigation in an appropriate way so that they know that this is being investigated. We are taking action, because at the moment people may get the impression that something's not being investigated. And so we know that these matters are taken very seriously, but with the changes that we've suggested here, we can make sure that residents can be updated in a more appropriate, fulsome way about an investigation that's going on. So the reform should be modelled on the principles of the Charter of Victims' Rights, ensuring an appropriate balance between privacy protections and the rights of victims to be informed, supported and protected. The second, third and fourth mentions deal with the protection of our native habitats, parks and wildlife. The second motion calls for local governments to be granted access to the use of suppressors when firearms are used for the control of invasive species, in particular feral animals. And so we have an ongoing program to control feral animals. It's something that the Council funds. And feral animal possums are not feral animal. You can tell you're from New Zealand. Not talking about possums here. Probably the biggest example where this would potentially be used is feral deer. And so we've engaged experts to help control these animals, because they do a significant amount of habitat destruction, and, you know, there's a requirement for us to manage feral animals on council land, such as in parkland reserves and bushland. But the current rules don't allow our experts to use suppressors or silencers. Now, in the past, I'm aware that where sort of firearms are used as part of these programs, they can have great success on the first shot, but then on the second shot, they all disappear. And so firearms, obviously, with a suppressor makes it more practical to do the job that we expect them to do. Now, we know that, there's safety considerations here. We don't want general members of the public having access to suppressors. That wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. But we're talking about people who are licensed, who are authorised representatives to deal with firearms. They have all the appropriate training. They tick every box under legislation, but at the moment they're not allowed to access a suppressor. And so we're simply saying in these kind of situations, there should be the ability for them to use a suppressor. It also, think about the general public. You're walking through your local neighbourhood and you hear shots going off. That is concerning to people. And so there's another reason why suppressors might be a good thing in this case. This reform would allow councils in meeting their obligations under the Biosecurity Act by improving safety and effectiveness and community experience of pest animal control programs. The third motion calls on the state government to amend the vegetation management framework in consultation with local government to enable selective mechanical thinning of native vegetation for hazardous fuel load reduction on local government control land without the need for a development application. And this would significantly reduce the reduce the cost and time burden of invasive weed removal. And an example of this is something like lantana, where mechanical methods of removing lantana would be much more effective than doing it by hand. And so this, once again, is a common sense way of allowing us to control a pest weed species using mechanical means rather than the current laborious process. So it means we could get more done. We could reduce the weed infestation around the city significantly, and it's a practical thing that would make life easier for the section of council that is so passionate about responding to the weed threat across the city. The fourth motion put forward by the council calls on the state government and federal governments to continue funding the eradication of fire ants. If the fire ants are located in known infestation areas are not treated properly, obviously they'll continue to spread across southeast Queensland. The program was originally about eradication, and a lot of money has been spent, and it seems like they've given up, and eradication is now no longer the goal, and it's more suppression. And effectively, this is pretty diabolical, because what it means is that in the areas that already have fire ants, which includes Brisbane, that eradication is no longer an aim of the federal and state government, and that means that, the resources won't be put in, and, one day you could be in a situation where this has a very significant impact on the lifestyle and livability of our city if it's not dealt with appropriately, and we wouldn't ever want that to happen. But the aim of eradication is something that we absolutely support, and the certainty of funding for the Fire Ant Task Force is required. It's called the Fire Ant Suppression Task Force, not the Fire Ant Eradication Task Force, and so obviously we're stating our position on that, that funding is required, but also suppression is not the appropriate aim. It should be eradication. The final motion calls for increased funding for active transport infrastructure. This administration has invested more than any other administration when it comes to building active transport infrastructure, and we are keen to see more rolled out. the Kangaroo Point Bridge, the City Link Cycleway 1 and 2, the Shaftesbury Avenue Bikeway and Melbourne Street Bikeway are just amongst the many projects that we've invested in. But we're simply saying that additional funding from the state and federal governments can help us do a lot more, and we want to do a lot more. But as we've repeatedly said, local government collects 3 cents out of every tax dollar that's paid in this country, and 16 cents goes to state governments, 81 cents goes to federal governments. And with this change, we can see more money going into active transport infrastructure, which I think is a great ambition. So I commend this item to the chamber and the 5 motions within.
Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on this information report, and this is the only work of ENC during the recess, because the item we had before us earlier was the result of last Monday's ENC meeting ahead of this council meeting. So these 5 motions is the sum total of ENC's work as the delegate of council when we're in recess, the Lord Mayor and his civic cabinet chairs for those 8 weeks in its entirety. And what we have before us today is an item that I think the LNP regime has been forced to bring to this council chamber, or the delegate, I guess, which is the ENC committee in our recess for legal reasons, so they are ticked off, unlike they used to do in previous years. However, the Lord Mayor gets up here and makes out, and Councillor Huang will, I'm sure, at the LGAQ conference, that these are the only 5 items and issues that the Brisbane City Council, which is made up of all 27 councillors that sit in this chamber, that's what they'll make out. That's what the Lord Mayor's made out today, as if somehow that what he has just read aloud are the views of all of us. And that's not the case, because there was no consultation with opposition councillors. So what is the LNP so afraid of? He could have just sent an email and said, do you have any ideas? He could have ignored them, and he could have at least said, oh, well, I asked them, and you know, we had different views, competing views about those things. You know, in a modern democracy, you let these different views flourish and you can thrash them out, but not in this LNP regime. So this lazy and complacent council under the LNP hasn't stopped to consider that the public haven't got the faintest idea of what goes on at these LGAQ conferences and behind closed doors in these ENC meetings in determining what, as the Lord Mayor described, as Council's advocacy document to the peak body for local governments. Now, the Lord Mayor said these are all about advocacy for local governments to the state government and ultimately through that process up to the federal government. Now, Labor councillors here, we represent around 160,000 voters and many more thousands of constituents that can't cast a ballot, but according to the LNP, their voices don't matter when it comes to what is submitted to the LGAQ conference. They're not worthy of being consulted because of the way they voted at the last election, apparently. This may be radical to some, but we believe that when you are in power, you have to listen to all of your constituents. Now, we heard the Lord Mayor describe, and we'll go through them shortly, the 5 motions that are of the most importance to the LNP in terms of this council's advocacy. There was nothing on housing and homelessness, nothing on calling for more investment in social housing here in Brisbane and around Queensland from the state government. There was nothing about calling for more funding for homelessness service providers that have seen their funding slashed by the LNP in this last state budget. There's nothing on infrastructure investment and public transport investment. Where is the metro? Where is the Gympie Road bypass tunnel in these motions? Surely the Moreton Bay City Council and Logan City Council would get on board with calling for more investment in the expanded Brisbane Metro bus project, given it will benefit their communities, or the Gympie Road bypass tunnel as well. There's nothing in here about the LNP's bin tax. No. And nothing about the Story Bridge, which, as we know, is a road asset that is of state-wide significance. So why wouldn't the LNP take these items to the LGAQ conference? Maybe because the LNP believe, particularly on the Story Bridge, and Councillor Murphy just confirmed this in his comments to us before, he said He said the Story Bridge itself is approaching obsolescence.
What? What does that mean?
So obsolescence means it's old-fashioned, no longer needed or fit for purpose. The only reason the Story Bridge might be approaching obsolescence under the LNP is because they let it rot. Over the last 20 years, they let it rot, and now the chair of the Infrastructure Committee actually believes that the Story Bridge is no longer of any use to the people of Brisbane. Well, the bits of concrete that are falling off it are clearly of no use anymore. Isn't this absolutely incredible? The 5 items we have before us today is the LNP's, the sum total of what the LNP thinks their advocacy on behalf of the people of Brisbane should look like to the state government. Now, we know the Lord Mayor has failed in his advocacy to the federal government ahead of the last federal budget, because all he asked for of the federal government was a little bit of cash to operationalise an extension of the existing metro. He wanted the buses to go to the Lutwyche busway station instead of stopping at Hurston and the RBWH, and he wanted it to go all the way to Springwood instead of stopping at 8 Mile Plains. That's all the Lord Mayor asked for.
What about the Lutwyche Cemetery?
It'll go right past the Lutwyche Cemetery, which those council trees are destroying those graves, but the Lord Mayor wasn't successful there. And what did the Lord Mayor ask of the state government ahead of the state budget?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing.
As far as we can tell, the Lord Mayor shopped around his letter publicly to the federal government ahead of the federal budget. Where is the letter to David Janetsky on behalf of council?
Another thing they want to hide. Another thing they want to hide.
And if it exists, the Lord Mayor's keeping that under lock and key, because we know he failed at that advocacy. Yep. So let's look through what his publicly released advocacy is on behalf of the people of Brisbane in these motions. Disclosure of personal information to victims of dog attacks. This is a good one, actually, because they have stuffed up, and they've stuffed up for years about this. So calling to amend the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act 2008. Despite fees and charges to own animals in Brisbane increasing year on year, we've seen a 15% reduction in the animal management budget. Now, when you make a choice that in a city that is growing as rapidly as Brisbane is, where more people are moving here and becoming pet owners, you're bound to have issues, I suspect, when you cut that amount out of the budget, such as dog attacks. And just ask Councillor Kim, who had to advocate for one of Councillor Murphy's own constituents because he didn't want to know about it. He didn't want to know, in the Lord Mayor's old ward, that's right. So this motion aims to help victims get a resolution faster after a traumatic event, and that is a good thing. The use of firearm suppressors for local government pest management. Now, we know council is very slow to alert the community of major events and planned actions, and if you start hearing gunshots without context, you might get a bit anxious. So we do support the use of suppressors for pest management. Not a bad idea. Here's where I start to have some questions, and I'm not sure the Lord Mayor knows what on earth he is talking about when he read through the item C, enabling selective mechanical vegetation thinning for bushfire hazard reduction on local government controlled lands. Now, the Lord Mayor got up and said this is just all about clearing lantana. And he said it's easier. He said it was easier to do it mechanically rather than by hand. That's clearly not what this is about. That might be one small example of where you would use what is termed here as mechanical vegetation thinning. Maybe that's a brush cutter, maybe that's a slasher, maybe that's a bulldozer going into bushland areas and clearing fire breaks, for instance. Now, Brisbane is fortunate to have an abundance of green space close to urban and suburban communities, although that is something we can't take for granted, and we must maintain that vegetation and those green spaces so these natural assets don't become a liability during extreme weather events, of course. And we know that over the last few years, significant areas of high-risk bushfire vegetation have not had hazard reduction burns completed because council ran out of time because they didn't put the sufficient resources in to complete those activities. So if we know that is the broader context of what's going on in our green spaces in terms of hazard reduction, and then we see a motion like this enabling selective mechanical vegetation thinning for bushfire hazard reduction, that's not just getting a brush cutter in to thin out lantana. There's something more to it than that, and the Lord Mayor either didn't know, which should be very odd, or he chose not to tell us about it. Funding certainly for the eradication for imported fire ants, the proliferation of these fire ants across South East Queensland is one of the most urgent threats to biodiversity and lifestyle that we've faced in years, and we do need the state government to back our communities through their commitment to do everything they can to eradicate fire ants, and we do agree with that. We don't want a future where families are too scared to go to the local park or train down at the local footy club, for instance, because of the presence of fire ants, nor do we want to see a future where we lose that native wildlife because of fire ants either, and we certainly hope that this is successful because I've recently had an instance down...
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Are there further speakers?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
I move for an extension.
Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. So a footy club recently discovered fire ants on two different occasions. First, about a year ago, was one small nest and was pretty easy to deal with, I think. The most recent one in the last couple of months has seen there were dozens and dozens, something like 50 or 60 nests had popped up. And the advice, this is a council lease site, council-owned club, and the advice was if we can get you some of the treatment chemicals and you just apply it yourself, or hopefully we can engage someone to get out there and do it, but we're not sure when. So we understand there is a legitimate concern around the spread of fire ants that requires a more robust response from the state government, and we support the push for eradication over suppression. But when it comes to what council can do through our lease sites, which is distinctly different to when they're discovered in parks and in green spaces on lease sites, there needs to be far more resources put into supporting those clubs. We can't just say to volunteers, it might be somebody who's just taken on the presidency of this club because they're really passionate about footy. Definitely. They don't know anything about applying chemicals to ant nests, regular families, and then council says, oh, we're going to send some of this stuff out and please follow the instructions and hope for the best, and hopefully you eradicate the fire ants on council land. That is not an acceptable response to the spread of fire ants in community lease sites around Brisbane. I want to put that on record. And finally, funding to support active transport infrastructure development. Now, we're a big supporter of devolved decision-making and more funding for local councils, but we do have our reservations about funding for this so-called Schrinner Council, because they have a track record of squandering the little resources that we do have as a council on things that don't matter. If they just did their homework and the Lord Mayor did that advocacy that he talks about properly and not take forever to do it and stomp their feet and name call and say ridiculous things in one setting and then go begging in the other, we might have better outcomes for the people of Brisbane. And we have seen recently funding from other levels of government and some resolution around that, particularly from a Commonwealth level, come to fruition just in the last couple of weeks. And it was great to be a delegate to the ALP National Conference, where I witnessed something really incredible alongside Councillor Kim there, the power of collective actions through our unions getting amazing outcomes for local government right around Australia. Something the LGAQ and the ALGA have not been able to do for the last decade through all the kinds of advocacy that this LNP mayor here talks about. The Australian Services Union alongside the Australian Workers Union worked to get a resolution to the financial assistance grants problem that has been facing not just our council here, but the hundreds of councils around Queensland. And we're now seeing a collaborative Commonwealth approach between local governments, state governments and the federal governments. Thanks to Albo, thanks to Christy McBain and thanks to Catherine King and particularly the Australian Services Union and the Australian Workers Union, we're going to see a real real and significant uplift in the investment from the Commonwealth Government to local government to make sure that we are insourcing our workforce rather than the race to the bottom outsourcing we see under the LNP and other Conservative-led councils around Australia. We see an investment in plant and equipment where we can actually see a return on the dollars invested by taxpayers to local communities, and they know those local jobs are being invested in those local communities, delivering the council services that are required. Yeah. Now, that's the kind of advocacy that gets things done. Yeah, we saw that at the ALP National Conference, working alongside unions. And what is the advocacy we see from this LNP regime? Union hating. Union hating for one, firearm suppression, work on eradicating fire ants and bulldozing bushland. Again, coming full circle, nothing from this LNP Council on advocacy when it comes to housing and homelessness. Nothing when it comes to infrastructure investment here in South East Queensland or public transport investment here, and absolutely nothing to reduce the costs of this LNP bin tax that's being foisted onto councils right around Queensland. Without any consultation with the council here and all these decisions being made behind closed doors by this LNP regime, these are not something that we can support going to the LGAQ without proper consultation.
Further speakers. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that was a very interesting contribution. We heard more about the Labor State Conference than we did actually about the LGAQ motions. Oh, national. My apologies, Madam Chair. The contest is on, isn't it? Who will be the opposition leader in times to come? We'll soon find out. Madam Chair, before you today are the LGAQ motions, and this is really focusing on improvements for residents. This is about ensuring that we can advocate to the new Queensland State Government on the issues that matter most to us. Now, I understand that Councillor Cassidy doesn't seem to think these are very important. These are very important, particularly for our officers to be able to deliver everyday services to our community. So let's start with the first motion, and that is regarding the disclosure of information to victims of dog attacks. Chair, we deal with the consequence of animal attacks every day, and last year we had over 1,300 reported attacks across Brisbane. Behind every one of those attacks is a resident, a family pet, or a child that has genuinely had an awful experience. And Madam Chair, I've had a dog attack myself, and it is an awful experience. Our animal attacks team investigate every one of them under the Animals Local Law 2017 and the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act 2008. But here is the problem. Chair, once that investigation concludes, victims are left in the dark. Now, this is because the Labor State Government had strict privacy legislation that did not enable us to share this with victims. Now, this is really important because these restrictions mean that the person who has been attacked, sometimes seriously injured, left with permanent scars, has a serious fear of dogs, cannot simply find out what happened to the animal that hurt them. They cannot access the dog's history. They cannot find out whether regulatory action has been taken. They are told to apply through the right to information process that comes with an application fee, a potential processing charge and a minimum 25-day wait period. 25 days, Madam Chair, for information about an animal that attacked them. These victims experience harm that is entirely comparable to victims of other offences, and yet they don't receive the same basic information or rights. Now, that is not good enough, and that is why the Srina Council is calling on the State Government to amend the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act 2008 to allow victims timely and appropriate access to information. Not a bureaucratic maze, just the transparency and support victims need. The Srina Council will always advocate for a fairer, more transparent system, and this motion delivers just that. Turning now to the second motion within the compliance framework, that is the use of firearm suppressors in local government pest management. Every day, our invasive species management team, who do a fabulous job, are out in the field protecting Brisbane's natural areas from pest animals such as wild dogs, feral deer, feral pigs, red foxes, rabbits and feral cats. This work is not optional.
Under the Biosecurity Act 2014, we have an obligation to manage these threats, and our officers do it through an integrated program which includes the use of firearms. These activities are undertaken by appropriately trained and authorised officers in accordance with strict operational procedures and the highest animal welfare standards under the Animal Care and Protection Act 2001. One of the challenges associated, as the Lord Mayor shared, is the use of firearms and the noise generated during their operation, which can travel significant distances in locations and under certain conditions. For residents who are unaware of planned activities, hearing a firearm discharge can understandably cause concern and often results in calls to Queensland Police. Noise can also affect the operational effectiveness of disturbing pest animals during control activities, potentially increasing the time and resources required to complete an operation, and obviously its success. Access to appropriately authorised firearm suppressors would provide an additional tool to help reduce these impacts while maintaining the same rigorous safety, licensing and animal welfare requirements that currently apply. A suppressor does not change the purpose of the equipment or the regulatory framework governing it. It simply reduces the noise associated with an already approved activity. Now, Madam Chair, these are all very common sense, straightforward motions that we have before you today. The reason we put these motions forward is to make sure that residents are at the centre of our decision making, ensuring that their concerns are raised, we listen, we respond and we advocate for better outcomes. Madam Chair, I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak briefly on the one item included in the report before us today. And I too, like Councillor Cassidy, had noticed how slack E&C were over the break. Not a lot of work going on, that's for sure. And yet they get paid the big dollars. But look, this motion before us today, which really we're here to note. We're not here to have any say in it or contribute to it or anything like that. So I want to raise just a few concerns, particularly about item C, which is the mechanical vegetation thinning for bushfire hazard reduction on local government controlled land. Now, I've seen what that is. That's large-scale bush clearing. That's large-scale land clearing. Yeah, I've seen it. And, you know, it would have a horrific impact on many of our areas. Now, do I think we can improve our bushfire management? Yes. Do I think large-scale mechanical clearing of areas is safe or the right thing to do in areas that are often of high biological significance? No, I do not. And there's no way I'd support item C. And the fact that Brisbane City Council is proposing that all other councils in Queensland, because it's not just us, could engage in large-scale land clearing is astonishing. Astonishing. And the Lord Mayor's not here. It's the afternoon tea break and he's disappeared as per usual. But the fact that Brisbane City Council is proposing to allow or to encourage the state government to allow all the councils in Queensland to engage in land clearing is amazing, when we are supposed to be the most environmentally aware council. Where, oh, what is it? I can't even, whatever. We're a green council basically, and you know, but it's just a joke. So, yeah. Clean, green and sustainable, I don't think so. And it is astonishing that that is the case that that Brisbane City Council wants to prosecute. I'll just say this in finishing up, that this annual report isn't due, this LGAQ conference isn't until September was it? September? October, so it's months away. But of course the LNP had to bring this through in the recess where it can't be discussed, instead of bringing it through council here where we could discuss and amend and so forth. So, you know, it's just, you know, the death of democracy. Where's the transparency? There is none. There just is none under this administration. Months and months away, there's going to be a conference where the LNP are going to put up LNP motions and call for land clearing. Completely unacceptable. So, Madam Chairman, I move that attachment C is taken seriatim for voting purposes.
Thanks, Councillor. So that was item C. Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Kim? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. In reference to this clause, I think it's very important to acknowledge the residents who have been the reason why this motion in relation to dog attacks has been brought up to the LGAQ. And that is to put on the record Erica Brennan's name, a Carindale resident who was mauled by a dog, in which this same LNP branch, LNP councillor Sarah Hutton's customer services branch, didn't respond and treat the resident properly.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Hutton.
Claim to be misrepresented.
It's referring not to one of the speeches you made. Sorry, Councillor, I know you understand that. Just one moment, Councillor Kim, I'm just sorting out your microphone. Can you just turn it on and off? Because the timing wasn't right. All good? Great, thank you. Councillor Kim.
To clarify, can I reiterate and respond to the residents' concerns properly, in which they did not? Now, as of June 23rd, the neighbouring home, so there are two properties here, one in which the vicious dog lives, next door is Erica Brennan. Now, the other house, who lives on the other side, has made a complaint to council and has not received a reply since the 23rd of June 2026. So can the LNP Lord Mayor really stand up here and talk about what great work their council is doing, advocating for victims who are getting mauled by vicious dogs, when the only reason why they are bringing this up today after months of inaction is because they embarrassed themselves after Brisbane residents were getting mauled, including in Karawatha, where sheep were killed on a property. This is clearly an embarrassment to their entire customer services branch that was poorly led by a failed leader in this city. It's simply not good enough. And the people who have been impacted are residents like Erica, who are going to live in trauma for a very long time. Now, my question is, will this LNP council write back to Erica? Will this LNP council get back to the resident who contacted on the 23rd of June? Will this council now go back to the resident and apologise for the fact that they didn't do anything up to this point? I hope to see a response from them and for them to actually do something about it. But right now, the only action that I see is a 15% decrease in animal management funding under this LNP council. Yeah. So if you follow the cash, $11.9 million to $10.1 million this year. If this LNP council really cared, not only would the LNP Lord Mayor be present right now, issuing an apology to the residents that have been mauled by dogs, but we wouldn't be listening to this disgraceful LNP council who have done nothing in Brisbane City, where even Gold Coast City Council have launched a vicious dogs campaign. They've done something about it. The LNP council could have done something, but they didn't. Instead, they hid. And until they were embarrassed on Channel 7 and Channel 9 News after the resident was crying on TV, only now they pretend. And they can't even say sorry. What a terrible and arrogant administration after 20 years. And the consequence are residents who live in trauma. And will this LNP council go back to them and apologise? Will they now update them about these new changes that they're advocating for? Or are they embarrassed? Will they continue to pretend? Will the LNP Lord Mayor finally return to this council, to City Hall right now, and speak to and lead this council right here? He's missing and he's inactive. This simply isn't good enough. And just talking about what they've done at LGAQ over 2 months of work, that's a disgrace. This is all they have to show for victims who have been mauled by dogs. This is a high tax, high cost of living council. It's the LNP. They're meant to be tough on crime. Yet when there are victims who are getting attacked by dogs, they don't do anything. If you follow their actions, if you follow their budget.
Point of order, Councillor
Will
Hutton.
Councillor Kim take a question about the privacy legislation brought in by the Labor government?
Kim, will you take a question?
Will Councillor Hutton, Councillor Murphy, and the LNP Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner realise that the resident came to me?
So, Councillor, is that a no? You won't take a question?
No, I won't,
Thank
because
you.
that
Sorry,
answered the
Councillor
question.
Hutton. Councillor Kim.
Instead of playing petty politics, this leadership team leading a $3.9 billion budget, instead of playing petty politics right here, why don't the LNP know that the resident came to me because they felt so ignored by this 20-year-old council administration, this arrogant 20-year-old council administration? What are you going to say to the pictures of her with her arms, blood coming out of her arms? What are you going to say to her when she was on the ground in fetal position protecting her dog? Are you really going to get up here and try and make smart remarks right now? Is this LNP council really going to say this to a resident who got mauled by a dog? Or what about Silence of the Lambs? What about all the sheep that were killed on the property in Karawatha? What is this council going to do about that? And what have they done about that? We're still waiting for the Lord Mayor to return to this chamber, but I suppose he won't.
Further speakers. Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's given me great pleasure to talk to this item, the LGAQ motions, and Councillor Kim mentioned Silence of the Lambs, a fantastic movie, an incredible performance from Anthony Hopkins in that movie, pretending to be Hannibal Lecter, and that was an incredible performance from Councillor Kim, as we are known to receive in this chamber. But, Madam Chair, what we're talking about is a set of motions that this council is proposing to debate an LGAQ conference. And to make the point, Councillor Cassidy had a lot to say about this one, but Labor almost never go to LGAQ conference. They almost never go ever. Oh, okay. Well, Councillor Collier went 1 year, but most years where we have been, they had a speech. They had. Yeah, Madam Chair, they had plenty of time in their speech to talk about all of the contributions that Labor councillors have made over many years at LGAQ conference. But LNP councillors have been going for a very long time, and we almost never see them at that conference. So they've had a lot to say. They've had a lot to say about something they don't bother to attend, even though they are allowed to under the rules, and they are often provided free tickets and flights and accommodation and wherever it is by this council, but they don't take them up. Most of the time they don't go. So they've had a lot to say about that. But
Councillor Collier and Councillor Cassidy, again,
it's interesting.
Interrupting another microphone, please, Councillor Murphy, for a moment. Councillor Kim was listened to in silence, and you continue to interrupt other councillors. You know that is unsuitable meeting conduct, so please stop doing it. You have an opportunity to get up next and contribute to the debate if you so wish. Councillor Murphy.
There you go, Madam Chair, and I'll take the interjection from Councillor Cassidy. He thinks going to LGAQ conference is a junket. That's what he thinks for those councillors all around the state who travel to Brisbane and sometimes to regional centres to get to LGAQ conference, to have a say on behalf of their council around important issues like federal assistance grants. He thinks it's a junket.
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Can you please turn your mic off? Councillor Cassidy, I consider you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with Section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I request you stop calling out while another councillor is on their feet speaking. Councillor Murphy.
Now, Madam Chair, Councillor Collier interjected and said, it's during budget. No, LGAQ conference is not during budget. That's ALGA that's during budget. That's ALGA conference that's during budget, which they also never go to, Madam Chair. So on both... Okay. Madam Chair, I take the interjection. Councillor Collier is better than most Labor councillors, both now and historically, when it comes to attending those conferences. She has been. I accept that. But most of her colleagues, and particularly her leader, do not go. But what we did hear from Councillor Cassidy was waxing lyrical. I don't need to attend these conferences because I go to Labor conference. And Labor conference is where we decide all important local government matters. And gee, we had a great win at Labor Labor conference where we decided that local government will get, guess what? Federal assistance grants indexed to inflation. Who else has had an idea about indexing something to inflation recently, which is not good enough, apparently, for the Labor Party? The Coalition, yes. So indexing to inflation is one thing, but let's keep in mind federal assistance grants have fallen from 1% of federal revenue in 1996 to 0.49% of real revenue now. And this is a government that is massively increasing the amount of revenue that it is raising, but only increasing the amount of federal assistance grants by a very small amount. So all we have now, Madam Chair, let's be real. Councillor Cassidy came in here and he tried to parade that around as if, look, guys, don't worry about ALGA, don't worry about LGAQ, because Labor conference has solved this. Yeah. We've done it. Matt Burnett and me, we went there and we've got a compact now. It's all good. But do you know what they actually have done? They've got a commitment to maybe doing something. The actual government has not done a thing yet. The actual government has not changed a single law or made any announcements. The Treasurer, no one has said what they will do. Conference has made some sort of motion. So Councillor Cassie's gone to Labor conference. He's come back. His chest is out and proud. He's so happy. He's beaming with pride. Labor values. But all they've done is pass a motion. He thinks the job is done. Well, what is this government's word worth, Madam Chair? Because we know they said 56 times that they wouldn't change negative gearing, and then they did it anyway. So I bet you this, Madam Chair, they'll promise every local government, all 568 local governments in the country, we're going to index federal assistance grants. We're going to get it to 1%, but what we need is your support at the next federal election, and then it won't happen, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I just want to speak on a couple of those LGAQ motions. First one is the information sharing of after a dog attack happens. Councillor Kim talked about the attacks on humans, right, from dogs, right? And she did a very good job, so I'm not going to talk about that. I want to talk about the attack on other dogs, right? You know, about 3-4 years ago now, one of my good friends was out walking her 2 Maltese, or 1 Maltese, 1 Shih Tzu, and she came across a lady who was walking 2 very large Dobermans, Rottweilers, and guess what happened? They literally took one of her, I think it was the Shih Tzu, actually, and just basically shredded it right in front of her, right? The other one she released and it ran home, so it was safe. But the only thing she wanted to know, she didn't want to know if those dogs were being, destroyed. She didn't really want to know necessarily if they were going to be better looked after. What she wanted to know was where they lived, because she wanted to continue to walk her last dog around the neighborhood, but council wasn't either allowed, under privacy or whatever, to tell her. And I hope this motion covers that, right? But she didn't mention it, so I thought I would raise that, right? Because that is really critical for a lot of people that undergo this issue when they're out walking their dogs and get attacked by other dogs. They really just want to know where it's safe to walk their dog, right? Anyways, the second issue is fire ants. And the Lord Mayor says it should be eradicated, not suppressed. Well, there is no country in the world or state in the United States that have been able to eradicate fire ants once they've got them. All they can do is to suppress them or manage them. And when fire ant control was originally put together in 2001, 2002, because I worked in the electorate that was ground zero, right? And it came out of a nursery, actually. Just on Progress Road was the first time that we knew that there was fire ants in Queensland. They threw this kitchen sink at them. They got a lot of federal money because it was the federal government's responsibility for biohazard issues that come into the country, you know, imported species that shouldn't be here. And they got hundreds of millions of dollars for an eradication program, but they found out quite quickly that there was no way, once they did their research, there was no way they were going to actually ever get rid of them totally. All you could do was manage them, and management as best you could, and you needed help from residents as well to identify where the nests were, and then to immediately send out a team to pop down the amdro, right, and then treat the nest basically. But what we do now is Bunnings doesn't even sell that anymore, not local anyways. You know, the amdro to treat the nest. You got to go online and register, and they'll send it out to you, and you can look after your own property. I know. Council doesn't help, because we get people ringing up all the time saying, they ring the call center, and the call center says, no, there's a different process, and we've rung up and, you know, tried to get them to look after at least our own parks, right? But they won't. They won't. Well, at least they haven't anyways. So listen, you know, it was from South America, it was from Brazil, Amazon Basin. They came up through the Americas, up through Central America, into the United States, or Mexico, United States, and they've been doing that. They've been traveling up ever since, and the United States hasn't been able to eradicate them. We can only suppress them, we can only manage them to try to keep on top of the nests. But I just think the Lord Mayor is really kidding himself if he thinks he's going to
Councillor Strunk,
eradicate.
your time has expired.
Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this item and a couple of the attachments relevant to it. I want to speak specifically about the fire ants too. Firstly, like, we've got to put on the record that every time these motions comes through, what the Lord Mayor says or the LNP Council says is that, you know, this is a representation of Brisbane City Council and all the councillors. And it's important for us to note over and over again that the LNP Council doesn't like to consult, and so it never actually asks any of the other councillors. I certainly haven't received an email going, do you have any ideas about what are some important motions that we should put up? Have you? Have you ever? No, never. And so we just have to keep bringing that up in the hope that one day the LNP Council will actually do some consultation with members within the council itself. So that's something that I just want to put down there. The second thing is, like, there's motions in here that are undeniably important. You know, when we're talking about dog attacks, when we're talking about funding to support active transport and infrastructure development, because we know that we as Brisbane City Council are behind. We know that funding for active transport infrastructure, we are far behind what we need our communities to be doing. And so I do think it's important to put this motions up, and I reckon it's also important for other councils across South East Queensland as South East Queensland continues to densify. When it comes to funding certainty for the eradication program for red imported fire ants, this is possibly one of the most pressing issues in our history, not only as a city, a state, or Australia.
Sorry,
in relation
Councillor
to
Massey,
biosecurity.
but under the provisions of Section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law and the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the noting of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So we'll now go to item A, attachment A, B, D and E. All those in favour say aye.
Point of order.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
That is
7 abstentions, my mistake.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors will now put item A, attachment C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put the Infrastructure Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey. Yeah, I'm not sure. Who seconded that?
Seconded? Yep.
It's Councillor Chongwa. You need to put your mic there, please, and put your mic. Thank you. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put the Community and the Arts Committee to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Collier.
Chair, I have a petition calling on Council to improve lighting and footpaths at Vic Lucas Park in Bulimba.
No further petitions. Councillor Dixon. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I have a petition on behalf of Yeronga residents who want a ferry further up the river.
Thank you. No further petitions. Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions are as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. That is carried. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We will now move to general business. Are there any speakers? Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I rise to speak about activities in my ward during the winter recess, where the Shrinner Council is creating new opportunities for residents to stay healthy and enjoy our natural spaces. 5 years ago, our council developed an off-road cycling strategy which aimed to meet the needs of the rapidly growing off-road cycling community by providing a safe, well-planned and connected network of facilities that protect Brisbane's natural environment. A number of the reserves identified for potential off-road cycling activities are in the western suburbs, including Gold Creek Reserve, John Sprent Reserve, Marstella Road Reserve and Changing Mountain Bushland, Colo Bushland and Shelley Road Park. But much of the implementation of the mountain bike riding and off-road cycling strategy has focused on Mount Cootha to date. Chair, a key part of the strategy in creating off-road cycling opportunities to create for this popular pastime was to ensure the protection of the reserve's significant environmental and heritage values. It was important that we got the balance right, and there's no doubt in my mind that we are achieving that in what Council has delivered to date. In creating trails that are safe and providing challenges for riders of all skill levels, Council has also closed down a number of tracks on Mount Cootha that have been illegally built, are unsafe and have damaged the environment. I work closely with the news team who put their heart and soul into the development of new riding spaces, while at the same time ensuring the protection of the mountain's unique environmental features. Special shout out to Scott, Wayne and Julia, and of course our wonderful trail care volunteers who dedicate hundreds of hours each year maintaining the quality of our trails. Chair, the first stage at Gap Creek Reserve was the development of the Creba Climb Trail, as I said, at Gap Creek. Upon its completion earlier this year, Council set about creating a second trail leading from the top of Creba Climb down to the Gap Creek Reserve Park. That is Carpet Snake Trail, and I'm pleased to say that it's now completed and is proving a massive hit, not only with our local mountain bike and off-road riders, but with enthusiasts travelling from all parts of Brisbane and surrounds to check it out. I particularly want to thank the Natural Environment Chair, Councillor Davis, who has oversight of Council's off-road cycling strategy and the creation of these new riding opportunities at Mount Cootha. It was only fitting that Councillor Davis was on hand to join me in cutting the ribbon to mark the opening of Carpet Snake Trail a couple of weeks ago. That day was well attended by riders of all ages and skills and have been since. I'm told that last weekend alone there were up to 2,000 riders on Carpet Snake Trail and the feedback has been nothing but positive. Chair, in addition to the off-road trails in my ward, the Shrinner Council has also just delivered a dirt jumps track at Merry Merry Park at Chapel Hill. This was a project delivered through the Pullenvale Ward Suburban Enhancement Fund to provide opportunities for young BMX riders in the Chapel Hill and Canmore areas. There's a story with a happy ending behind this track. About this time last year, I became aware that a group of young riders had begun building an illegal jump structure in nearby Cicada Park. Tree branches had been cut, holes had been dug to build mounds, and the natural course of Cubbler Creek had been diverted through the placement of boulders in the waterway. I fronted them one afternoon and said that I was going to request Council remediate the damaged section of the park and that if they continued, any digging tools found in our park would be confiscated. When they said they had nowhere locally to ride, I told them I'd do a deal. I'd find a way to have a track built to cater for them if they agreed to stop damaging our local parks. They agreed. And to their credit, kept their part of the deal. Not only that, Chair, they did agree to be part of the consultation process we undertook and signed off on the track features our contractor was proposing. I kept them in the loop on progress with this project, and it came as no surprise to see how they have embraced this new track since the security fencing was removed last Friday. So my new best friends are happy, and I'm pleased that Cicada Park has returned to being a popular family-friendly space and an ecologically important local catchment. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the Infrastructure Committee Report Clause A regarding the sudden change to car parking in the Milton and Riverside precinct. And I'm here because our meeting was cut off at the 3-hour mark once again, which is very undemocratic. And I think we do need to be reviewing and having robust debate on petitions. So this is another petition about the parking changes that Brisbane City Council made without notice in August 2025. Overnight, metered parking fees rose, hours were cut, and 61% of resident permit exemptions were removed in affected zones. As we can expect from this LNP administration, there was no consultation, no warning, no notice to residents, local businesses, or even to me as a local councillor. The community was simply kept in the dark. Even council managers admitted this change was a complete mess. This caused lots of stress and outrage to the local residents and local businesses. This was inconsiderate and undemocratic. Now, this doesn't come with any more protected bikeways or better public transport. This didn't swap any car parks for bike parks. Thanks to this LNP administration cutting services in 2024, Milton's ferry terminal only sees ferries every half hour, and that didn't change. The trains didn't run more often, buses on Coronation Drive didn't get a bus lane, and buses on Milton Road didn't become high frequency like the Greens have called for. These changes are a revenue-raising exercise, pure and simple. It's charging more to residents and customers, to local businesses, while this LNP administration won't make developers pay their fair share for infrastructure and cuts to maintenance and operating budgets. This is a symptom of councils operating in austerity. To be clear, we do need to move away from valuing car parks as a sacred commodity. The pedestrian crossings, protected bikeways and bus lanes that this city desperately needs will often take away some car parking. And that's fine, so we can live in a vibrant, well-planned, safe and sustainable city. After residents and businesses voted for a pedestrian crossing in Rosalie Village in a community vote, I'm planning to fund this crossing from a suburban enhancement fund. The crossing will remove 4 car parks in order to make walking around the village much safer and easier, especially for young kids, mums with prams, people with disabilities and the elderly. I've witnessed many scary near misses where the planned crossing will be installed. We need to create safer streets for people. But to make these kinds of changes, this council needs to bring people on the journey. We should be consulting and informing residents about alternatives to driving. We need to shift how we all think about getting around the city and how we think about the city's public space. And we need to fund it now. We should be making our neighbourhoods safer and easier to walk around. We should build world-class, safe, protected bikeways across the city. We should fund frequent buses citywide. We should give everybody the freedom to choose how they move around Brisbane with plans that we draw up with our residents. And we certainly shouldn't poison the well with revenue-raising exercises like the overnight parking changes in Milton. Our community requested that Council reverse the recent changes to parking restrictions in Milton and actually talk to residents and local businesses about any changes. This Council's response doesn't reflect that at all. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to rise on 2 items of general business, the Breakfast Creek mural and also the Kalinga Colour Dash. You might notice a colourful addition at the tunnel walkway at Breakfast Creek near the bridge. It's a beautiful piece of street art by Brisbane artist Danby. There are a few things that make this artwork very special. It pays homage to the local area, the artwork connecting the history of Newstead House, the produce and pastries that can be bought locally. The artwork has also turned a boring walkway into a vibrant, engaging space that activates the local area. Another thing that makes this street art very special is that it's actually Danby, whose real name is Jared, but it's his actual first street art that he's had commissioned in Brisbane. And so I'm very proud that it's located in the Hamilton ward. It was a pleasure to take the Lord Mayor to see this artwork along with Danby and Matt Turvo. And Danby said that it was a point of conversation when he was painting the mural, and there was lots of questions asked by passerbys about what was going on. And as the weather is warming up, I just know that this mural will be visited by many locals and tourists as well. So whether they're walking over the Breakfast Creek Bridge or along the Laurie Bonnie walkway on their way to Newstead Park. So my second item of general business is the Kalinga Colour Dash, which is held in Kalinga Park every year in the first Sunday of August. And it is hosted by the hardworking Eagle Junction PNC, ably led by President Zara and the Ops Manager Sharon. And it's an incredible event that raises lots of money for the school, and wow, what an event. So they have all the year levels participate in a colour run. And they have a DJ in the middle of the park and an obstacle course and lots of fun activities. And each year level is responsible for a stall to raise funds for the school. So there's been like a bookstore, there's been a photo booth, I think in previous years there's been Chocolob, all that sort of stuff. So thank you to the parents who have manned the stalls over the weekend. And I'm proud to support this event for our festival funding, which was again committed in this year's budget. So well done to Eagle Junction State School, and I can't wait for the next event. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the Ethics Committee inappropriate and illegal behaviour. On the 13th of July, the Supreme Court of Queensland overturned the decision of the Ethics Committee against me for the 3 breaches of the council meetings law, undertaken by one of the worst chairs we've ever had, Councillor Sandy Landers. The Supreme Court did this over 3 weeks ago, but in contravention of that ruling, which quashed the decision, overturned it. It's like the decision was not made. Council is still publishing on its website that I have engaged in a breach of the Code of Conduct. Now, that is absolutely false. 3+ weeks ago. And this council can't, they don't respect me, I know that, but they can't respect a decision of the Supreme Court of Queensland. So I think this council should take a pretty good hard look at itself. I raised it earlier with a very senior council officer this morning, and I checked before I spoke, it's still up. So if the Supreme Court of Queensland is telling this council that what they're doing is wrong, and this council is still not reflecting that in its actions, what is this council doing? Now, let me raise the wrongdoing of the Ethics Committee Chair and Councillor Landers as part of this court case.
Yes.
The Ethics Committee have been meeting in secret for the past few years. They have not been publishing their committee meeting times publicly as required under the meeting's local law. It's a secret star chamber where Councillor Adam Allen, who we know can't tell the truth, we know he can't tell the truth. At the special council meeting of Brisbane City Council, he couldn't even stand up and say his LNP colleagues and he had made decisions without the Labor councillors. The newest councillor had to call him out on his deception and untruths. But meanwhile, Councillor Adam Allen, who is responsible for this committee as the chair, has been meeting in secret without publishing the meeting dates as required under the law. He has failed to notify councillors about whom matters were being decided, that these matters were being considered. So no notification to myself or other councillors who have been the subject of this secret star chamber. In addition, Councillor Adam Allen has failed to provide natural justice to councillors about whom decisions were being made by failing to provide them with an opportunity to make submissions prior to decisions being made. Now, the Supreme Court action has got council grovelling in writing to me. Councillor, we will make sure that you're treated fairly in future. Do I think that we will be treated, myself or any other councillor will be treated fairly in future? No, because this LNP administration under the unethical Ethics Committee Chairman, Councillor Adam Allen, can't do these basic things properly. But it gets worse. Councillor Adam Allen allowed Councillor Sandy Landers to engage in a serious conflict of interest breach by participating in a manner about which her behaviour as the Chair of Council was being questioned and under discussion as part of the decision at the Ethics Committee. Do you know what else happened during the court case? During the court case, council came grovelling along again in writing saying, oh, Councillor Landers has resigned from the committee. We'll be fair in future.
Yeah, do you remember what happened?
And Councillor Landers' behaviour in sitting in that meeting when she knew that the matters that were being discussed related to her actions as the chair that were under dispute is reprehensible.
Yes.
Councillor Adam Allen, her colleague, allowed that to happen as the Chair of Council. He didn't even bat an eyelid at the conflict of interest.
No.
Councillor Adam Allen, at the special meeting of Brisbane City Council, provided false information publicly about when the Ethics Committee had met and who was a member of the Ethics Committee at the time, and that is just inappropriate, absolutely inappropriate. And Councillor Adam Allen knows what he should do. But it gets worse. The decision about me has not been removed from the website. Councillors failed to recognise the Supreme Court decision and has not removed it. It is outrageous that Council continues to ignore a Supreme Court decision. It is outrageous that Councillor Adam Allen allows this committee to operate illegally and unethically, as is his own
Johnson,
behaviour.
your time has expired. Further speakers, Councillor Wolf.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on 4 items, all involving celebrating 100 years. 100 years in the Walter Taylor Ward, St Lucia Golf Course, Indooroopilly Golf Course, the Holy Family Parish and the 100 Plus Club. So there must have been something in the water 100 years ago, because across the Walter Taylor Ward we've had an extraordinary number of centenary celebrations. It's been a very special season of honouring people, places and institutions that have helped shape our community for a full century. We recently celebrated the 100 years of St Lucia Golf Links, and I was delighted to join the Lord Mayor for the unveiling of a centenary plaque recognising the course's long history and its contribution to Brisbane. The celebrations included the official centenary golf tournament and our Monday Fun Day, which brought families and the community together to mark this remarkable milestone. But St Lucia Golf Links is more than just a golf course. For generations, it's been a place where people have met, formed friendships, shared family occasions and enjoyed one of Brisbane's beautiful green spaces. Congratulations to Hans, Jens, Kieran and all the team at St Lucia for this wonderful celebration. Indooroopilly Golf Course also celebrated its centenary during recess. For 100 years, the club has brought people together through sport, friendship and community connection. Reaching this milestone is a tribute to the generations of members, the staff, volunteers and supporters who have cared for the club and helped it to grow. In addition, the Holy Family Parish also celebrated 100 years of faith, service and community. Over the past century, the parish has supported countless families, celebrated life's most important moments and provided care and friendship during difficult times. These centenary celebrations remind us that strong communities are not built overnight. They are created through thousands of acts of service, generosity and commitment, repeated year after year and passed from generation to generation. But Chair, our centenary celebrations have not only been about organisations. I recently attended a morning tea with the members of the 100 Plus Club, a very special group of residents who have reached 100 years of age or more. It was an absolute privilege to spend time with them and to hear some of their stories. But on top of that, I've also had the joy of visiting 3 remarkable local women, Elsa, Elvie and Kathleen, all who celebrated 101 years during June and July. These women have lived through enormous social change, world events, new technologies and transformations in the way that we live. Yet what stood out was not simply the years that they have lived, it was their humour, their resilience, their warmth and the deep connections that they have formed with their family and with our wider community. Chair, whether we are celebrating a golf course, a parish or a much-loved resident, reaching 100 years is something truly special. These milestones give us an opportunity to pause, to look back and to recognise the people whose hard work created the community that we all get to enjoy today. They also remind us of our responsibility to protect and strengthen these community connections for the generations that will follow. Whatever the reason, the Walter Taylor Ward has had much to celebrate, and I'm very proud to honour every person and organisation that has reached this remarkable milestone. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on 2 items in general business. Item 1, the Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, dictator of no for residents across the Gabba, and 2, Homelessness Week. I'm going to read out a non-definitive list of the things that the Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner has said no to residents across the Gabba ward. Yeah. Funding intersection upgrades for all users, scooters, bike users, pedestrians, drivers, to keep everyone safe at these following intersections: Ferry Road, Montague Drake, Hampstead Road, Dornoch, Ganges Dornoch, Hardgrave, Gladstone Road Crossing, Park Avenue pedestrian crossing for kids. And for both those crossings, that's literally for children. One is for children at Dutton Park State School. The other one is for St Ida's and public transport users. Signalised crossings. A signalised slip lane at Noble Street. Crossing and intersection updates to Annerley Road and the area surrounding. Cronwell and Annerley Road. Intersection upgrades at Jane and Montague intersection. I'm not even going to get into the Montague Road project because we are now in the 3rd years of that project. So I assume the Lord Mayor will say no to that too for the residents of West End and Kurilpa. Upgrades to the Kurilpa Library, the Lord Mayor has said no to for decades. This LNP council has said no to. They still don't have toilets, by the way, but this Lord Mayor says no to that. No replacement dog parks. I had to replace the dog parks for my Suburban Enhancement Fund. No City Cat for Kangaroo Point, no second West End Ferry Terminal, though it was this LNP council that actually put it in their plan. They said no to the 86 Kurilpa Loop. They discontinued the 27 bus for Kangaroo Point. The Lord Mayor has said no to increases in bus services and better frequency for the 234, for the 196, for the 192. The Lord Mayor has said no to a metro station for Dutton Park Place. The Lord Mayor has said no to residents across the ward who are craving green space. This includes the things that I've requested for buyback, including 26 Archibald Street, the Kurilpa Commons, 127 to 129 Hardgrave Road, West End, 116 to 24 Duncan Street, West End, 75 Ipswich Road, Wollongabba, 8 to 12 Hamilton Street, Kangaroo Point. The Lord Mayor has also said no to actual policies that can help us in the housing crisis. All the Lord Mayor says is that all they can do is approve developments. They've said no to inclusionary zoning, to vacancy levies, and they recently just backflipped on their own policy for an Airbnb crackdown. But do you know what the Lord Mayor has said yes to? Moving on, rough sleepers.
Shame.
Which brings me to topic 2, Homelessness Week. Across Brisbane, homelessness and rough sleeping crisis does continue, no matter what this LNP council and this LNP state government say. And the reality is it's not reducing. If anyone in this chamber was to walk outside and open their eyes and notice their surround, they would know that the homelessness crisis is still here. More and more people are being pushed to housing insecurity because there simply isn't enough affordable housing. There isn't enough social housing, and the support systems continue to be put under more pressure. And we've seen this through the cuts for housing providers at state government. And it's not just organisations like Micah, it's multiple organisations, including those like St Vincent de Paul. These are not abstract things that happen in isolation. They are real people and real families who are currently in temporary accommodation, relying on these services to stay safe and have a roof over their heads. Once this temporary accommodation is finished, because the funding is done, they're not going to be lining up at the night shelter in Emmanuel Mission hoping to get a bed for one night. They'll be back sleeping in cars, they'll be couch surfing with family or friends, they'll be pitching up tents, and they'll be back on the streets. And that is going to be the legacy of the LNP Council and the ALP state government. That is your legacy, and this is what you are Oh, LNP. Well, it is the LNP right now. You're cutting the funding.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired.
That's
Are
your
there
legacy.
further speakers? Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak on a very exciting event that just happened in my ward recently, and that is the 110th Malcravat Show. Sometimes I feel like I've been to every one, but no. About 20 in a row. It is 20 in a row that I've been to, but there obviously was many that I went to in my youth as well. During the 80s and 90s, it really was seen as the alternate Ekka, and I think it's definitely coming back to that as well. It was a beautiful, sunny weekend, which obviously made it even more popular. And of course, it is the largest agricultural and horticultural show in the city of Brisbane, Councillor Adaman. Yeah, it is. And each year it gets bigger and better. We had an enormous year in 2023 when everybody came back from COVID and they were really keen to get out. It's been a bit quieter, but this year we saw more than 11,000 people come through the gates over the 2 days, which is a fantastic outcome. Particularly in a cost of living crisis, there's always a worry that people find ticketing events a little bit more difficult, but the one thing you can say about the Malcravat Show, it is definitely a family-friendly cost alternative to the exhibition. Not that we don't love the Ekka, because I love the Ekka. But $2 rides, very attractive for families to get out there. And there were some big scary ones, and then there was, of course, the teacups. I actually prefer the big scary ones. The teacup make me vomit, but that's okay. There was lots of kids there. The nursery animals were obviously the absolute favourite. But everything is there that you will see at the Ekka. There was the show jumping. There was the judging of the animals. There was the judging of the judging, because we have a lot of schools that come in with their agricultural programs for the kids to learn how to judge, and then the judges judge them in their judging, if you can get your head around that. But it's great to see a grand parade at the opening on the Saturday afternoon of all those kids and their livestock. It really does bring the country to the city, and it's a beautiful way for us in the Malcravat area to lead into the biggest country meat city in just 2 weeks' time after we've had the Malcravat Show as well. I would like to thank the Lord Mayor for coming out this year, and I don't think it's that hard because his kids now know what goes on at the Malcravat Show, and he insists that they go out every year, so he has been visiting regularly. But it's also all of the agricultural shows from around Queensland. There was many that were represented, particularly, and I wouldn't say just southeast corner, but the southeast wider region came down and shared that with us as well. Of course, Justice David Thomas from the RNA as well is always there as a great supporter. As I said, the weather was wonderful. We got lots of people, but I don't think we should take for granted how hard it is actually to organise something like the Malcravat Show. It's not like a normal festival that we do very regularly in our wards where you have an event permit. It goes to the next level when you've got livestock, and it actually then brings in the Chief Health Officer, and it is quite complicated for livestock, particularly travelling into the city. I am keeping a watching brief on obviously what's happening with bird flu, because that can make a lot of changes to our agricultural shows in the near future as well. But we're very, very lucky to have a fantastic weekend. I want to say congratulations to the new president this year, Mr. Justin Rosenberg, the president of the Show Society, and the entire team and all the stewards who do such an amazing job. It really does show off our beautiful little piece of heaven in Malcravat to its absolute best. And I couldn't go without advertising that the rodeo is now coming up in September. It will be the second year of that, and hopefully that will get bigger and better, and we will prove yet again to Councillor Adaman that we are the biggest and best showgrounds in the city at Malcravat. Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that the meeting adjourn for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been...
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Adaman that council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers? Councillor. Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to speak about some of the highlights from the budget in Program 5. I acknowledge this program sits at the very heart of local government community. When the people think about Brisbane City Council, they often think about roads, rates, rubbish and recreation. And those things are certainly important. But what makes Brisbane a truly wonderful place to live isn't just the infrastructure we build, it's the people who bring our suburbs to life. It's the volunteers who coach the under-8s every Saturday morning. It's the committee member who spends countless hours organising community events. And it's the men's sheds volunteer who quietly checks on a mate who's having a tough time. These are the people who build our community. And as a councillor of Wynnum Manly, I see this every single week. That is why I believe in supporting community organisations is some of the most important work we do as council. Across my ward, the 26-27 budget will see investments that will strengthen local clubs for many years to come. The Wynnum Manly Junior Rugby League Football Club, the Seagulls Juniors, will receive new female change rooms, additional player facilities and a referee room. It is another step towards ensuring sporting facilities reflect the incredible growth in girls' and women's sport. The Wynnum District Rugby Union Club will improve accessibility through a new pathway from their car park to the clubhouse, making it easier for players, volunteers and visitors alike to get to the club easily. Plus, they will also receive additional funding for change room facilities, delivered through a partnership with Brisbane City Council and the Australian and Queensland governments. Our Wynnum Vikings Australian Rules Football Club will benefit from upgraded LED lighting, to improve safety, visibility and sustainability, allowing even more community sport to take place. The Vikings will also receive significant field remediation works thanks to a funding partnership between Brisbane City Council and the Australian and Queensland governments. These projects are all about people. They're giving young girls the same opportunities as young boys. They're making clubs more welcoming for older residents and those living with a disability. And they're about supporting our volunteers who dedicate thousands of hours each year so everybody can enjoy community sport. Our Wynnum Manly District Men's Club will receive an additional shed, creating more space for members to connect, build friendships and look after each other. This project is also thanks to a funding partnership between the Brisbane City Council and the Australian and Queensland governments. Beyond the Wynnum Manly ward, I also want to acknowledge initiatives that are helping strengthen communities right across our city. The expansion of the Move Well Brisbane program means thousands more opportunities for residents to stay active, connected and healthy. These programs are much more than just physical activity. They create friendships, reduce isolation and encourage people to get involved with their local community. As a mum, I also have to mention the Summer Dips program. My kids absolutely love heading to the Manly pool for that water slide. And this is one of those simple initiatives that creates wonderful family moments while making summer activities affordable for the households all across our city. Of course, I need to mention Bayside's festivals that will continue to be supported this financial year. In Wynnum Manly, we're fortunate to host events such as the Bayside Spring Festival, Wynnum Fringe, the Wynnum Manly Jazz Festival, the Manly Harbour Christmas Lights, the Wynnum Halloween Parade and the Baywave Youth and Community Festival. These events do so much more than provide entertainment. They are supporting local artists and local businesses. They create local jobs. They celebrate the diversity of our city and perhaps most importantly, they bring people together. Brisbane's greatest asset has never been its buildings, it's always been its people. I want to sincerely thank Councillor Howard and her team, especially Julie, Simon, Matt, Ryan and the lovely Athena. I know you all have big hearts and are dedicated to making our city even better. Together, all these projects and events help make Brisbane not just a successful city, but a welcoming, connected and caring one. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on a couple of items tonight here. One is a sadness, and the other one is a celebration that will happen early next year. Anyways, the first is last Saturday we the community, the Vietnamese community, and others came together to celebrate the passing of Phuong Nguyen, and that's the way she wanted it too. She wanted to celebrate her life. She didn't want to mourn her life, right? And that's just the lady she was. It was the biggest memorial that I'd ever been to at the Centenary Gardens, which honestly is pretty flat out, holding more than about 100 people within the chapel. There were 300. And it just shows you how much respect and admiration that the Vietnamese community and other groups as well had for Phuong. We knew that she was not long for this world a couple of months ago, but the doctors told her that she had a week to live, and she lived another 64 days. So an amazing lady in so many ways. The Vietnamese community itself, there's so many community groups that have actually benefited from her leadership and guidance over the years. The Vietnamese Women's Association, the Vietnamese Seniors Association, and again, so many others. And most of the temples, right, within the Anala Durack ward, or the Forest Lake ward now, of course, in the Anala Durack area, she embraced them all, and they all benefited from her guidance and support. Now, Milton was the first to say, Milton was the first of the elected members that was the first cab off the rank to speak, and he attributed his 2008 election to council to her, because she said it was going to be a tough election. He was just following on from Les Bryant, who wasn't happy to leave the chamber, right? He wanted to stay on, you know. After 18 years, he wanted more, and which is fair enough, you know. Anyway, so Henry was the first one to say, Henry Palaszczuk was the first to say, listen, if you want to know the Vietnamese community, you got to sit down with Phuong. And that's exactly what he did. And it was a 2-hour coffee, and he learned so much. And then she continued to help him right through the campaign. And she did the same for me as well when I decided to put my hand up and replace Milton, because the Vietnamese community is 25% of the Forest Lake ward, right? A big diaspora in the Forest Lake ward. And then, of course, we have the two state members, Jess Pugh and, of course, Margie Nightingale, who spoke as well about their interaction with Phuong and what she was able to do for them as well. And then I shared a pew with Sarah Hutton, right, who was just down at the end of the pew, and she was there as well. So both sides of this chamber were represented. It's just, she was just an amazing, and of course the stories that her two kids told were just, she was a single mom for most of the raising her kids, and she was such a success, you know, socially, financially, you know, in every way, and she was probably the politician that Labor should have had but never had, because she didn't want that. She just wanted to help. She just wanted to get people elected. All right, and she didn't want the kudos for herself. She just wanted to help others, and that's this type of the lady she was. And we're just so blessed to have been able to come together in a huge crowd of at least 300 on Saturday to celebrate her life. And I'll always remember, especially every Moon Festival, Children's Festival, and Tet Festival, you know, because she dressed me in my yaya. You know, she got me 2 of those. She went over to Vietnam just to have them specially made. It was just amazing. It's just an amazing person. You know, it's one of those people, special people in your life that you'll always remember for all sorts of reasons. But she was just generous. She was just generous.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was surprised to speak very briefly on the Ladybird Foundation and ALGA, the annual convention that I attended in June, July this year when budget's on. And as was mentioned, it is held every year during the budget. So unfortunately, I did miss this year's budget. And I can tell you by any stretch of the imagination, it's not a junket. It's a lot of hard work. There's meetings, there's motions. There's well over 200 motions that were discussed and talked about. I also just want to clarify the record, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair, but I feel like the Leader of the Opposition mentioned that at the Labor convention that they had decided that they were going to be, the federal government were going to be making sure the financial assistance grants were in line with the CPI raises. So, okay, my apologies. I just felt like that's something that I'm happy to be corrected, that the Leader of the Opposition said that there was a decision was made at the ALP union convention that they went to. I just want to clarify from the perspective of the LGAQ, it was certainly discussed at that convention, but there was but it was very generic about a commitment to increase funding, but it lacked specific details. But certainly the LGAQ, and they did this down at ALGWA in Canberra, were very keen and made a very big deal about approaching the federal government to increase the financial assistance grants, at least to a bare minimum to the 1% that was promised all those years ago. But as I said, that was just one of many hundreds of different motions that were spoken about at that convention, and there was certainly a lot of support, and there was a lot of talk about cost shifting that the LGAQ was very upset about on behalf of all councils across all the spectrums and across all the political parties about the cost shifting that was happening from a federal level to the council. So that was certainly something that was discussed, and I would imagine it will be on the agenda again at the convention in Cairns this year in October. The other thing I did want to talk about was, as I said, the Ladybird Foundation, which was a foundation started by a couple, Wayne and Emma Pascoe, on behalf of their daughter Emma. I first met Wayne many years ago when I first became the councillor, and he was PNC president of Currabee Special School. Their lovely daughter Emma obviously went there. She was born healthy but then developed heart problems and had sickness through a lot of her life. But in particular the last few months of her life, she was actually very, very ill. But she did manage to live till she was 18 years old. However, when she passed, what Wayne and Emma said was they felt that there was nobody out there to talk to them as grieving parents, and they thought it was something that was really important and was missing in the community as a general. So they created this Ladybird Foundation. We heard the story about how it was named that. So when Emma was little, they used to read her a book, and in the book the main character was called Lily Ladybird. So they called her Lily Ladybird, and then henceforth the Ladybird Foundation. I sat with Councillor Lisa Atwood. She was there with me on the night, looking very glamorous in her gown, I have to say. We got lots of compliments. She looked lovely. And Councillor Emily Kim was also there as well from the Cullen Vale ward, and so was Shannon Fentiman. That was the other one. I knew her face and I couldn't remember her name, but anyway. And she was also there, and I know that they are looking forward to, I think the Lady Mayoress and Lord Mayor hopefully will attend next year, and they are certainly looking forward to their company because it is a foundation and charity that is very close to the Lady Mayoress's heart. And we did meet a lady by the name of Sue who does craft making, makes cards and that. Of course, that got me very excited, and so I did make the commitment to her that I would be going through my stash and what we call it a craft de-stash, and I will be doing that, and I've already started that, and I will be delivering some stuff out to her. So if you do have any old craft stuff that you don't want, probably no one has as much as I do, but yes, I will be delivering it out to her, and she's very appreciative of that because it's all just donations and she doesn't charge anything, it's all volunteers. Yes, both Lisa and I did buy raffle tickets. Unfortunately, neither of us won anything, but it was all right. It was all for a good cause. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Sorry, I rise to speak about three. There we go. Rise to speak about three items. I'd like to acknowledge Anne Clark. I'd like to thank officers, and I'd also like to speak about rewilding Maruka. So the first thing is Anne Clark was a very passionate person in the community out Oxley Way in the Graceville corridor there. She worked tirelessly in terms of developing OCCA and getting that group going. And my sympathies go to her and to the family. She's left a legacy in terms of the great work that OCCA is doing. And speaking of OCCA, but before I speak of OCCA, I'd just like to thank staff. So there's been 2 years I've been waiting for some CEF jobs to get done. One is to get trees planted in a waterway. After multiple acts of planting them in different spots, they finally got planted in the correct spot. So I thank those officers for doing that. And the second thing was outside the clubhouse at Maruka. It's a small section of concrete, not much larger than our desks here, that's taken 2 years to work out that I don't have to pay CEF to get that little piece of concrete put in so that people can enter the clubhouse without going through mud. Council actually did it, and they did it without much fuss. So that was something we used to do very quickly and easily when I first came into the chamber. It's good to know things are heading towards that point again. But what I really am here to talk about is rewilding, and that's my interest and really my passion in terms of rewilding Maruka Ward. And on the weekend we had a very successful event at the clubhouse at Maruka. We had about 500 people turn up to that event, lots of young families. But we also, in the endeavours of building this group up and this organisation up, we've had a young man who's about 14, 15, Tasman, and he got up first time and spoke about his love of birding and also some of the great things he's seeing around the ward. So it was really good to see him supported by his father, speaking in front of a local community crowd. Also had residents like Brad Lambert, who supported me with the koala work we've done in the ward. Frank and Denise Assorta, who from Rotate, who look at recycling pieces of plastic and so forth. And also Wesley from Comfy Creatures. So one of the things we've been very successful with rewilding using CEF funds, don't get council funding for this, is we've been able to establish 5 or 6 new groups. They're orphaned bush care groups because they're not necessarily supported directly by council. They're supported through their catchment organisation. So we're being very successful in getting, 50 or 60 new people to turn up to each event. And what we've done now is engaged a gentleman called Wesley from Comfy Creatures, who we're going to look at purchasing a number of possum boxes from or fauna boxes from. They're not the council fauna boxes, so they're not worth $5,000 each, thank God. But these fauna boxes are quite amazing because they have all the technology in them. And the technology can actually mean that people can engage with their phones to look up into the fauna boxes and also turn the light on to see what creatures are in there. And it also means the data that is collected from these fauna boxes can also be shared with the university and with the students we've got up there. We're looking at getting about 50 of these boxes and putting them at various sites across the ward, and the idea with that is to measure and show what is happening with the work we're doing with the community. I think it's really positive. I think it's really amazing in terms of engaging the community, and certainly I'm finding that the schools and multicultural groups all over my area are really interested in this project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have 2 items of general business to discuss. Firstly, solidarity with our City Cat crews, and secondly, it is World Breastfeeding Week. So I'll start on World Breastfeeding Week. That's this week, and it's a really important cause, I think, to raise awareness of, because there's a few things that the Australian Breastfeeding Association are calling on the community to do. Firstly, to encourage parents and families to connect with trusted sources of information when making decisions, accessing information and support. I think in this day and age, there's so much content out there on social media, especially when you are potentially in a really, quite a transformative period going through matrescence. I've spoken about that word several times in this place, but what we are seeing is an emerging culture of social media content being created with no research, no scientific evidence and no backing behind that. So fully support those calls. The second thing the ABA is calling on is for everyone to be referred, if they need support, to the National Breastfeeding Helpline, which is delivered through the Breastfeeding Association. I myself have accessed that. It's available all the time, when you're up potentially dealing with mastitis or latching issues or any of those things. It's a really great resource for families to access, and it's free. And it's all based out of evidence. The third thing, which I think is relevant to all politicians of every level of government, is calling on policymakers to support stronger regulation of formula marketing, and that reflects all of the World Health Organisation's code to protect families from commercial influence. This is a really important thing, and awareness should be raised at all levels of government about these decisions. At council, we have so much contact with new families and new parents in particular, so to be able to speak about World Breastfeeding Week and raise those really three important matters in this place, I think is essential, and I hope other councillors will be able to make that information available to all families in their communities. The second thing I wanted to talk to tonight was about solidarity with CityCat and ferry crews. These are hard-working staff who have been negotiating for over a year to try and get the best pay and conditions that they deserve. Now, I went last Friday and stood alongside several of those crews who walked off the job demanding better pay and conditions from River City Ferries. And let me say, our communities stand alongside them because our CityCat and ferry crews are working hard every single day to transport thousands of people around our beautiful city, whether they're using CityCats and ferries to get to work, to view our city as tourists, or everything and anything in between. We know that the people of Brisbane value the services that are provided. They love CityCats, and the Lord Mayor, the LNP Lord Mayor, is always happy to stand up and say this is a great thing that council provides. He's always happy to take the credit when things are good, but now the crews and the staff are asking for leadership. The Lord Mayor needs to come out strongly, stand in support of all of these incredibly hard-working people and get them the pay and conditions that they deserve. Let's be clear. We know that hundreds and thousands of people use these CityCats. We know that there has been huge growth across the network because of 50-cent fares, and we love to see people take up those opportunities. But let's be clear, the LNP have known about increases on the network. Have they increased services? No, they've cut them. They cut services from Apollo Road Ferry Terminal, they cut services from Milton Terminal as well, and they are asking staff to do more with less than ever before. Yep. I stand alongside those CityCat crews, those ferry crews as well, as does every single Brisbane Labor councillor. It is well past time for the Lord Mayor to stand up, show some leadership and get this sorted out.
Further speakers. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak about a very big celebration that happened in my ward over the weekend, and that was the 40th anniversary of our Vietnamese Grace Church in Inala. Now, Madam Chair, you might notice I have a lovely gold pin here that commemorates the 40th anniversary, and wasn't it one hell of a weekend? We celebrated Friday, Saturday and Sunday the 40 years of service this incredible community has done for not just our city, but across the globe. So it initially started back in 1986 with Reverend Stuart Bradley. He is actually a Vietnam veteran, and he started the community, and they started with merely 30 people in the congregation. It then moved to Reverend Trin Pham and is now in the strong leadership of Pastor Hua. Now that community has gone from those 30 to 350 people every weekend, going there to obviously build their faith and the community in Inala. It was a true honour to be there on Saturday and on Sunday, and alongside obviously many of the local representatives as well as very many members from Queensland Baptist. They have such a multicultural community. It is not just our Vietnamese community, but the wonderful community across our Queensland Baptist are from everywhere, from Africa, from Papua New Guinea, from all over the globe, and it was such a great multicultural celebration of our wonderful Vietnamese Grace Church. Now, this is a pretty unique congregation. They don't just serve their local community, they actually have an entire community across the eastern coast. So from Brisbane right through to Cairns, they have got small groups and small communities that come together and connect and watch Mass on Facebook. And they also have a community back in Vietnam as well who watch every Sunday from Facebook. Now, this doesn't happen by accident. They have an incredible leader in Pastor Hua. She also has a very strong female leadership cohort, DM and Narelle, who the three of them are absolute powerhouses in driving this community to not just serve themselves, but to serve all of the globe. Now, they actually do a great job of supporting international aid as well. So back in Vietnam, they support a lot of disability charities as well as rehabilitation. And they are very, very passionate about that because they see the value and the support that they give and the building of the foundations of their faith as such a rewarding experience. Now, you might notice actually on the badge itself, it says, "What he starts, he will finish." And Madam Chair, I'm very confident that under the leadership of Pastor Hua and these three amazing women that we will continue to see great things come from this community. It was their ruby anniversary, and if you were married, you'd be getting some rubies. There are many rubies in that community, and I really want to say a huge thank you to the entire community, not just the current leadership, but the leaderships that have gone before us, because that has built the strength of that community. We are so blessed as a city to have these kind of people in our city supporting and serving others. It really makes me so proud to represent them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? No further speakers? Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 10 on the agenda. Councillor Collier, would you please move the motion?
Thanks very much, Chair.
Councillor Cassidy, sorry.
I move that this council present a wage offer to council employees in the current enterprise bargaining agreement negotiations that reflects Brisbane's cost of living pressures and maintain sufficient staffing levels to ensure workloads are distributed fairly and sustainably.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council present a wage offer to council employees in the current enterprise bargaining agreement negotiations that reflects Brisbane's cost of living pressures and maintain sufficient staffing levels to ensure workloads are distributed fairly and sustainably. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Valuing our council staff needs to be more than just lip service. As the Lord Mayor said earlier today, what we need to see is action. Well, this is how the Lord Mayor and his LNP colleagues can put their money where their mouth is. Because Brisbane's workforce is not being valued by the LNP. No. That's how they feel. From sun up to sundown, every minute in between, Brisbane City Council staff make this city tick. Working with poor amenities, if they're available at all to them, working through tough conditions in hot summers and wet winters, filling potholes, resealing roads or maintaining our public spaces, serving people of various ages, skill sets and backgrounds as they use library facilities, responding to calls from sometimes frustrated residents at the contact centre 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. if you can't help more people live in the city that they serve, we can surely offer at least a fair day's pay for a fair day's work. We can surely uplift council's workforce as more people move here, needing reliable infrastructure and dependable services. And we need to put work safe, home safe back on the priority list as well. Right now, we've got an LNP council constantly pushing for contracting out and cutting staff. Since the last election, upwards of 500 council staff have been axed, and the ones who are left report feeling overwhelmed and their workloads are unsustainable. We know while wages are being haggled over at the moment by council's negotiators, conditions and entitlements are being stripped away too, like toil, time off in lieu. And that's not being stripped away from political staffers in ward offices, it's being stripped away from our outdoor workforce. Yet, with the Lord Mayor knowing all of this, his focus remains on his priorities, not Brisbane's. A ballooning advertising budget, wasteful overseas junkets, cost blowouts because of this Lord Mayor's dithering and delays. The Lord Mayor carries on about how tough things are for council, but never how tough they are at the moment for council workers. We owe our employees so much better than just lip service. That's why we're calling on council to back in what council workers need to live.
That's right.
The current offer does not meet rising inflation in Brisbane and the cost of living challenges they are facing. It is a slap in the face of our hard-working council staff to be offered an increase that is below inflation. Now, the Lord Mayor's increased rates on unit owners by 25% over the last 2 years. That's a bit above inflation.
A lot.
But in fact, what they're offering our council workforce, who work hard every single day, is below inflation.
Shame.
It's the wrong way around with the LNP. You see, workers have only one thing that they can trade for the ability to support themselves and their families, and that is their labour. That is their 8 hours a day. In the 12 months to April 2026 this year, Brisbane's inflation increased by 4.6%. Yet this council, this LNP council, decided to offer staff just a 3.25% increase in the first year of the agreement, then dropping that to 3% for years 2 and 3. It's no wonder they had to go back to the drawing board. As recently as last week, we have seen what happens when employers fail to respect the reasonable asks of workers. Workers use their last resort, industrial action, to ensure that employers, council, understand how serious they are, and to remind employers that a service can't be delivered without its workforce. So we should put this in plain terms, I guess, that the LNP might actually understand it'll be bad publicity for them, because that's all they seem to care about.
That's their motivation.
During industrial action, most residents will stand on the side of workers because they too know what it's like to be overworked and underpaid and undervalued.
That's right.
Is it any wonder that union membership is on the rise around Australia these days? It's all hands on deck as we build a Brisbane that we can all look forward to, ready for 2032 and beyond. We should be respecting the cost of living challenges our workforce is going through and delivering a deal that our hard-working employees deserve.
Further speakers, Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The Shrinner Council is committed to keeping Brisbane moving, and to do that we need the support of a strong and dedicated council workforce. Bargaining for our next certified agreement has commenced, and this is a really important process. The pay offer put to the unions is higher than inflation. This offer is fair and reasonable, and importantly, it strikes a balance between keeping costs down and keeping Brisbane moving. Our bargaining approach has been to strike a balance between continuing to provide competitive employment conditions while ensuring council remains financially responsible and keeps costs down for residents. As we have always said, we are committed to job security through no forced redundancies while ensuring the council organisation is agile and can respond to changing needs. This is a live process and one which the unions and council industrial relations team are best placed to manage through good faith bargaining process. It is not a process that should be debated by politicians in an arena like this. On that basis, I move that this motion lie on the table.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Adderman to lay the motion on the table and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 15 in favour and 7 against.
That is carried. Thank you, councillors, and that now ends tonight's meeting.